Can you hear me? Can you hear me now, guys? Oh, okay. Sorry about that, guys. I've been having a slight issue logging into Zoom here today. So sorry about the delay. That was the reason for the delay, guys. Okay, so let's go ahead and get started. And let's see where we were and things like that. Back to, let's say here, this, and back to my PowerPoint. Okay, so hope you guys had a good weekend, guys. Let's just have a quick and friendly review. Maybe for a Monday, just a slightly or maybe a medium complex question, guys. What is a module? What is the mantra of a module? The hint is on the screen. Let's see, anybody, can anybody come online, guys? Let's have a quick conversation and review. I need some volunteers. How about Priyusha Rahul? Are you available for a quick chat? Oh, let me just show myself here. Gentlemen, ladies, good morning. Hope you guys are doing okay. Okay, guys, that's me. Just a quick hello to you. So if any of you can go ahead and come online, say hello, and we'll continue the journey, guys. Anybody, any volunteers? Good morning. Niharika is in, okay. Okay, how about anybody else, guys? Niharika is already introduced. We'll come back to her. And while you're giving thought, and come back here, let me also log into labs. How about the guys, anybody who did not introduce, who did not come online and things like that? Still thinking? Okay. Niharika, would you like to come online?
Yes, sir.
Okay, great. Give me one moment. Let me find you. There is Niharika. And let's see. Oops. There is Niharika. Say, make you co-host. Okay. So maybe what you can do is you can just go ahead and share your screen if you're prepared and things like that. While you're sharing, just give a thought and see if you're able to answer my question, Niharika. What is a module?
Module is a combination of redefined functions.
Okay, module can be thought of as a group of functions, is what it is, as simple as that. And you're able to see my screen, right, Niharika?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
What is the problem in print A here?
Print is a function, so we have to use the brackets there.
Very good, as simple. So what do you think will happen here?
It gives error.
What is an error?
It might be syntax.
Syntax error, or more precisely, an exception. Okay. Do you remember what is an exception?
Which happens when there is something wrong in our statements.
Something is wrong, or in other words, more precisely, it's something Python or Python compiler does not understand.
Yeah.
Okay, Niharika, by any chance,
Yes,
do you
sir.
remember what is OS list here going to give you?
It gives a list of directories.
So if I directly run this, do you think it will give me a list of directories?
No, if After importing OS,
Very good.
when we run that,
what is the mantra of import?
It includes the OS related functions which are predefined in the
Very
module.
good. So we're loading up the module, we are loading up the functions. It's as if the functions are available in the notebook. Okay. Now, what do you think is dir?
Is a directory.
It is a directory. Path. Okay. Anything else?
Where the OS is installed, the path of installation, I think.
Okay, more precisely, it is help. It is going to give you a group of functions which are available with a brief description. Okay.
Okay.
What do you think is OS question mark?
It says the what are the functions in it description.
It is also help. Okay.
Okay.
What do you think is file?
I didn't remember.
Okay, it is just the location of that module OS. And what is module? Module is nothing but a group of functions. It's a file with a group of functions. There is a subtle difference between a module and a script. Niharika, what do you think it is?
Module have predefined functions and script have user-defined functions.
Good answer. Okay. Script is used for running. Module is not used for running. Okay, Niharika. So every person may like to run different things, different programs and things like that. So what they're doing is they generally include the modules and then they try to run their own scripts. Your script is the project you're working on and things like that. Okay. Okay. Are you there, Niharika? Mute. Not able to hear you. Are you there, Niharika? Can others hear Niharika? Suresh, would you also like to come online?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, great. I want both of you to just take the questions and answers. I'm making you the co-host. So just in case we are not able to hear Niharika, or the questions are going to be for both of you. So what do you think is OS double question mark? Hint is on the screen. If you don't know right away, you can say, I don't remember, I don't know. And then you can start using your research and things like that. Okay, guys, just keep me posted. Suresh is calm. How about others, guys? Put hints there. Cloud and source code, or in other words, more precisely, it is also help. Question is help, question is detailed help, as simple as that. What is help, guys? Full explanation, that is also help. Detailed description, full explanation, more simple answer. Cool. So Venkateshwara, hope everything is okay, buddy. I think you had some emergency and things like that on Friday. Okay. Good one. Okay, what do you think is quit, guys? What will quit do? More precisely, when we get into hell, we're quitting. So Suresh, are you there? Niharika, are you guys there?
Naveen, connection issue, Naveen. Sorry.
Okay.
Quit is used for quitting when we type any help query. It is used to stop the help query. It is used to stop.
Yeah. Mm. Okay. So you guys are all at different places at your homes and things like that. Tomorrow, if you're working with the clients and things like that, if you tell them you're going to have connection issues and things like that, ideally, you guys need to be really, really professional, guys. When you're working with some serious clients and things like that, they will not request you to come online. They will not request you to, they will not make probably many of the requests that I'm making. And you really guys need to be proactive. You really guys need to, you cannot afford to say, I don't have a connection or things like that. Here and there, once in a while, it's okay. But if they keep hearing that repeatedly, that will be not a good thing from our company standpoint, guys. So I don't know how you guys are going to prepare for that one if you're having so many connection issues. I keep often hearing. So just be aware of that. The people will be looking. That will be very, very unacceptable, because client comes with multiple tasks, and they'll be trying to afford. And if you come back and say here and there, hey, I'm not having this thing, that will stop their work. Forget about what is happening. We are there to help them. But if we are giving a problem to them and we are not helping them, they will think we are not. So I guess what I want is, I want you guys to get into more professional mode. I want you guys to be more proactive. I want you guys to come online, and I want more guys to be involved. I want more guys to be participating, guys. That is for your good. That will be very helpful and useful. You'll get a good client experience and things like that. But I'm not going to put too much pressure, but I want you to get prepared on that, guys. I hope everybody is understanding. Can you give me a quick yes, guys, if you understand what I mean? Yeah, tomorrow you guys are going to be placed in real world. People are going to be looking at you very, very critically, guys. One issue from your end, one problem from your end, they will not look at you again. Okay, I want you guys to be so sharp, so precise, so steady. You should not give them a chance to get you bowled out for simple reasons. If they're given a task, you're having a problem, no problem. They will give you more time, they will give you more money, they will give you more resources to help you. But you say connection is not there, and you stay silent, you say you respond with no answers. These will be unacceptable. These are the basics and the foundations that you need to be there. It's like you're joining a cricket team and saying you don't know what is a bat or a ball. You don't know, I don't know how to do batting. I don't know. No, you should be in a stage where you should be able to easily take the singles for boundaries, which is complex tasks. Fours and sixes, they will work with you. But if you say, I don't know what is a bat or ball, they will not let you into their cricket game. And you guys need to take that very, very seriously. On a Monday morning, I don't mean to give you tough time, but keep that in the mind. Next time, if I say, hey, I want somebody to be online, I want you guys to be proactive, and that will be helpful. That will be helpful for others. If you're not proactive, if you're not this thing, you're not helping your own team members, guys. I want you to keep that in mind. You are here to help, and we are helping you to learn. So I want you guys to be helpful to others. I don't mean to lecture you, but I think that is the level of responsibility and commitment that the clients will be expecting from you. That is a culture that they will be expecting from you. If you don't have the knowledge, they'll give you, but culture is very important, folks. I want you to keep in mind, and they will not allow you. If you don't have the culture, they will not allow you. Please keep that in the mind, guys. Whether you need to take a more faster connection at your home, spend more money, get it. Be ready to help. If you're not doing these things, you're not ready to help. If you're not ready to help, I think there are a lot of people waiting there for you to help. So please be ready, and please try to be available. Again, it's Monday morning, but take the good things that I'm saying you, and motivate yourself. Responsibility and commitment should be more. More importantly, you're trying to help others. Please keep that in mind in a friendly way. I'm trying to help you in a slightly brotherly way. I'm not trying to cane you or anything, but do keep that in mind. Give me some good answers. Give me some chat things like that. Don't be too calm. Don't be too silent, guys. Okay, that will be unacceptable in a client world, in a customer world. That is the culture. That is the culture of corporate. Okay, welcome to real world. I hope you guys are all taking that as a brotherly advice and not taking that as a negative advice. Everybody with me? Quick yes, please. Please do so. Thank you, guys. Okay, I know it's Monday again. Sorry about that. So, gentlemen, ladies, what is the problem with square root?
Here math is not included, Naveen. So
Very good. Okay, so you already answered my next question. What will happen if we say from math import square root?
we are importing square root from math.
Very good. Okay, okay.
Math is an inbuilt function.
Suresh, try to answer this, buddy. What is the difference between math import square from math import star versus import square root?
Naveen, I didn't get you, Naveen.
If I were to say import star
Uh,
versus just import square root, what is difference?
It is going to import all the functions, arithmetic functions. Or
Very good. All the functions are going to be imported. Very good, guys. Okay, thank you. And let's see. Suresh, a tough question, buddy. Do you remember what does time.sleep do?
it will print after 3 seconds.
Very good. Short and sweet, it is waiting. It waits for a few seconds and then prints it, guys. Okay. And okay, what do you think is script.py?
We are writing in notepad or something like that.
Very good. Let's say I'll put this question like this, buddy. Maybe a tough question. I'll say Python script.py. What do you think is happening?
Python is just a name.
Python is the name, okay. Niharika, I got your message. I think Niharika is using her company laptop, so she's facing some issues. So no problem, Niharika. But the more important thing is the culture that I want you to take it in a positive and a friendly way, and I want you guys to sink it, digest it. Working in corporate is about corporate culture, and the responsibility and commitments come there. I want to say that 10 times. More than the knowledge, these are the things that you need to understand. And if you understand these things, you'll be able to learn more. You'll be able to help more. Thank you again, and sorry about that. So Suresh, one more time, buddy. What do you think is happening when I say Python script.py?
Python, it writes in its own language.
Good answer. Short answer, it is running it, running the file, running the script
in Python.
In Python. Now, the script.py, let us say I give something like, let's say 1, 2, 3. What do you think these things are called? Tough question, Suresh.
Yeah, Naveen, I remember that, but it's not coming.
Good. They're called arguments, more precisely command line arguments. Okay, guys. And let's see. Talk to me. What is the problem here, Suresh? Give a try, friendly try. Just one moment, guys. Sorry about that. Sorry about that. Any guesses, Suresh?
Naveen, are you able to listen?
What's that, buddy?
Here in print statement, we are missing brackets.
As simple as that, okay? So now let us say, okay, ideally, I will come back here. This is actually Python 2.0, so that's why it's shown like this. Say, here is hello world. Okay, by any chance, Suresh, do you remember what is CHDIR?
Hello, Naveen.
Suresh, what is CHDIR?
Change directory.
So what is it doing?
It's changing directory from Sci to SciPython.
Good answer. So more precisely, it is telling the Jupiter to point to this particular directory.
Yes, pointing.
Okay. By any chance, do you remember what is, let's say, the module imp used for?
Import dot reload. When we give any statement, it won't print directly. So we have to do import dot reload, and it reloads that and it prints.
Good answer. Good answer. Okay, here is a hint, Suresh. Here is a hint. Try explaining that one more time.
Put hello as h, define hello world as. Okay. We have done this.
Here's another hint.
Yes, now when it is real. Okay, wait.
It is reading a.
It's reading that.
It is reloading, as simple as that. The answer is reloading. Imagine we created a module with these functions. Okay. Then we say import hello. Ideally, we'll save this in a hello.py.
Yes.
Change the directory and let's say after here. So let's say save it as import hello, hello.py. Okay, or let's say we'll call this as my module.py. Now what do? We say import my module as h, and we can say import h dot, and then if you say h dot hello world, if you now say h dot, you're able to look at all the functions, the by, the hello world, the hi, whatever functions are there.
For printing the last one, we have to reload. We have to give reload. No.
So in other words, not for printing, more precisely, let us say on day one, Ganesh has added these functions.
Yes, ma'am. I'm also there.
And then you are successfully able to use his modules and functions. On day two, let us say Satish comes in and adds something. Or after some time, let us say Satish comes in and adds some new functions. Then what will happen is the Jupiter will not pick up the functions added by Satish. You need to do a reload. Ideally, what will happen? Satish will send an email to his team saying, guys, I added a few functions. Please try to reload my module is what he'll say. Catching it, buddy?
Yes, ma'am.
Very good. So now if you do a reload, all the new functions are added. So that generally the processes will send them. If there is a module, if there's a file, which is an important file, an important module, we'll send to our team, we'll communicate and say, guys, I added some useful functions, important functions. And that's how the team will come to know that's the part of the culture. Catching it, buddy?
Yes, ma'am.
Good, very good. Okay, let us say if else statement. Okay, that's a dictionary. I'll leave that there. So let's see. Going back a little bit, what is the mantra of global, Suresh?
This cup in the park.
Very good. What is the technical mantra?
This depends inside the function.
It's a global variable. Global is global, as simple as that. Okay. Now, what's happening with Salman?
Salman is a local variable.
Think again.
Sorry, global. Sorry.
Okay. So what is happening in these two lines?
In this, we are swapping Prabhas and Akshay.
Okay. Why these two statements here? There's something going on in these two lines or permissions. Okay. In these two lines. Hint is on the look for your friends. Take your friend's help.
Okay. We are defining inside the function, global function. So it means we are taking permission to print Salman is cappuccino.
Is it to print?
No. We are defining Salman to cappuccino. We are changing Salman to cappuccino.
So what is the catch of the mantra there? What is special about these two lines?
We're taking permissions from global.
Excellent. In other words, remember, we cannot modify the cup in the park in the house directly.
Yes.
You have to take permission. Salman is a cup in the park. It's a global variable. So if you want to modify it inside your house, you need to take the permission. That is what these two lines are. Catching it, buddy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, what's the problem in this line?
We are swapping Prabhas and Akshay.
Is that a problem?
No problem.
There is no problem. Think again.
They are local variables, so
Think again. See if I can give you a hint. Does it give you any hint? How about others, guys? Simple answer. Cool. Still thinking? You have the answer there.
they are outside the function.
How about this one? Let's see if this gives you a hint.
Indentation is missing.
Good. You cannot go outside your house and then come back inside your house. Catching it, buddy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, as simple as that. Then let's say, what is special about these lines compared to the first two lines there in the function? Tough question.
These are local variables, ma'am.
Think again.
Prabhas, Akshay, Shahrukh, Chetan. These are local variables.
Think again.
We are not declaring global.
They're in the global scope, buddy. They're outside the house. Only if you're indentation, you're inside the function.
Okay. Indentation inside the function.
Right, as simple as that. So these do not have indentation, so they're in the global scope. They're in the path. If you have indentation, you're inside the house. Catching it, Suresh?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
Good. Okay. Let's see. There's a mystery and there's a Taj, story of Taj. We've discussed this. Okay. Let's see what is special about this function, Suresh.
We are creating a tray of Salman. Come on.
We are creating a tray. Okay. And then?
And returning the tray.
So what is the difference between this function and the previous function that we discussed? Let's say, for example,
yes,
this function. More precisely, let's go here. Take this one. This one. Okay. This one. Okay. What is the main difference between these two functions?
In mystery of Prabhas.
Are you taking the help of your friends?
In mystery function, mystery of Prabhas and Akshay. Okay. In 5657 we are returning Taj, and 5667 we are printing. So there is difference between return and print.
Good, as simple as that. In mystery 1, we are returning. In mystery 2, we are just executing, but we are not returning. Here, we are also executing and then returning. As simple as that.
Yes,
catching it. Catching it, Suresh?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Good. So let's say, come back here. Then I think we discussed, okay? Okay. So what is sys dot arguing?
System arguments.
System, command line arguments, more precisely. So what is a command line argument? The hint is on the screen.
Maybe we print in one line. That's not.
What are command line arguments, guys?
Non-executable.
Execute. Okay, interesting. Give a thought, buddy.
Arguments in Linux.
More precisely, these four are referred as a command line. We are running this on the command line. For this command line, we are using Python as a compiler. It is taking these four arguments. These are referred as the command line arguments. Because we run it on the command prompt, it is referred as command line. And in there, these are acting like arguments. Are you catching the point, Suresh? Okay, that's a slightly deeper. Everybody else doing okay, guys? Everybody else following Suresh, please? Quick yes, please. Good, Vinay. So Vinay already answered that, it looks like. So what is STR, Suresh?
String now.
Is it a string?
String type of system arguments.
Okay, what is it doing? What do you think it is doing?
It is converting into string.
As simple as that. LEN is?
Length of the it is displaying its length.
Good. Length is size. Cool.
Yes.
Now let's see, increasing the complexity. What are these kind of arguments called? Keep looking for help.
Positional arguments.
Positional arguments, as simple as that. Now let's see, here comes the next one. What is this kind of arguments called?
I mean,
what is this kind of argument called?
Which one?
Oh, you're not seeing it? How about this one?
Entry is equal to 30 default arguments.
Why do you call it default?
We are directly giving its value, their values.
Good answer. We are giving default value. So what is special about default value?
We are directly assigning entry values 30. So we cannot change them.
So in other words, if we do not give a value for N3, then only the default values are taken, N3 and N2.
Yes.
Catching it, Suresh?
Yes.
If you give, notice here we gave N1 and N2, but N3 is not given. Yes. So if you give some value, N2 is going to take priority. That value is going to take priority. For N3, 30 is going to default values take priority. Okay. And let's see, what is the problem here?
Number of values are more than number of arguments.
Good answer. And okay. So let's say now increasing the complexity, guys. Suresh, sorry about that. Monday morning, I'm going to increase the complexity for you. Akshay, Prabhas, Ranveer, what is the problem? We have three functions.
Akshay, Prabhas.
I'll give you another hint. Here is another problem. Amitabh is another problem. Does anything ring a bell?
Once we are assigned, we are increasing the complexity of the program.
Take the help of your friends.
Suppose we gave only 2. So when we add them directly, it gives direct values. So when complexity increases, when arguments are increases, we can directly
Give a thought, buddy.
I remember this topic, but I'm unable to explain it right now. Arguments are increasing, I know that.
Sorry about that, Suresh. Okay. So you're saying you're not able to recall.
Yes,
Let's see.
I remember this topic, but I'm not able to explain.
Good answer. That's a tough question. What I'm asking you. So here, what is happening is, imagine what is this function? What is happening inside the function?
We are giving about 100 arguments, and we are returning them. So it will take time to return.
It will take time. Okay,
Yes.
okay. So you're taking the arguments. So what is the difference between this one and this one? The functions inside the function. What is the difference?
Inside the function, there are only 2 arguments in Prabhas. In Ranveer, there are 3 arguments.
What are we doing with the arguments?
We are adding them.
As simple as that. So for 2 cups, the function, what is doing? It's taking 2 cups here for Prabhas, adding them. Here, you're taking 3 cups, you're adding. And then you add 4, 5, and so you go on up to 100. Let's say you need 1,000 or 10,000. What is it? Do you recall what is the problem with that?
It takes time, Naveen. So,
more precisely, it's very unproductive. We're just writing more and more functions. What is happening is a very, very simple logic. Inside the function, all we are doing is we're taking a group of cups and adding them.
yes.
It is the same logic which we are kind of coding, hard coding, and we're just adding one cup. You keep on going like that. And if you have really 1,000, 10,000, or 1 million, it is not possible for humans to write that many functions. Catching it, buddy?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good one there. So, can you think of what might be the solution? A simple solution. That's a tough question. Okay, so in other words, more precisely, that's where the star is coming.
Start.
So what is give a see if you can so tell me what is going on here.
Naveen, we can directly define a star arguments. So we can directly add them in the function, in the loop. Sorry.
We can directly add them. More precisely, starter is telling that it is not going to come with individual cups but it is going to come in as a tray. Catching it, Suresh?
Yes.
And then what's happening is we're using a for loop.
Yes.
So what's happening? The for loop will pick up each cup, no matter how many cups are there, whether there is 1, 10,000, 100,000, that one function is enough for no matter how many scenarios you have in that tray. We don't have to write hundreds and thousands of functions. So one function is automatically taking care of all those things using a for loop. Okay, Suresh.
Yes, ma'am.
By any chance, do you remember what is this kind of concept called?
I remember this topic, but
good answer. So in other words, variable number of arguments.
Variable number of
How many arguments can be there? They can vary. You can have 0 to 100 also, or maybe any number. That is the star. The moment you look at star, this is slightly advanced code that you'll be often coming across. You're telling yourself, okay, this is variable number of arguments is a technical mantra. It is the function is taking it as a tray of cups, not just as individual cups. Okay, buddy?
Okay, thank you.
We'll see more examples of that. And let's see, okay, slightly tough one, Suresh. By any chance, do you remember what is eval? What is special about eval?
Evaluating the expression printed.
Evaluating. So what does that mean?
We can also directly print printf. So convert.
You can directly print it. But what does eval do?
It's evaluating and.
Okay, more precisely, it is taking the code as a coffee cup, as a string. And that can be anything. That can be an expression, that can be a statement, that can be a function or anything. It is executing it dynamically, generally used in a dynamic runtime scenarios and things like that, where this might change. I may either pass this or I may either pass anything else in a runtime environment. So it is taking the Python code as a coffee cup, not as a code, as a string. The Python code is
Things
coming in
like
as a string.
yes, Naveen.
Okay, as simple as that. Okay. Now let's say, do you remember what is type?
Type of variables.
Okay, what is is instance? Others, please try to help, guys.
Built-in function. Okay.
Okay, so what is difference between type and is instance?
No, type is just displaying its type.
Hmm.
Is instance is it will display boolean type of function, boolean type of variable.
Good. So what is it doing?
Variable one is not a double, so
Good.
it gives false.
Good. So in other words, here you're checking
There-
if the object is of a particular data type. What is that? That's a tuple.
Yes.
A slightly important one, I want you to manually remember here. Now let's say out of tough question, out of all these 5 variables or objects, which one do you think is a tuple?
Variable 3 is a tuple.
Variable 3 is a tuple. And
That's it now.
good. Why is variable 2 not a tuple?
It is converting into it is a string now.
Very good.
As it
By
is-
default, if you have only one object, a tray
one object
of 1, and if it's a tuple, it is going to convert it into a string. Good one there. It's a slightly tough one. Okay. Let's say, how do you find the maximum of this list? The
max of characters, Naveen.
Okay, I already have given you that one. Okay, and okay, now here comes a slightly tough one. N is N1, N2, and N1 double equals to N2. Let's start with N is N2. What do you think is N is N2? Tough question. Help him, guys.
Is into prints false, Naveen. As the
Hmm.
object names are different, it gives false. N1 is equal to N2. The objects in the values in the objects are similar, so it gives true.
Excellent.
So
So double equals to is equality. Is identity.
Is identity.
Okay. So here another way to remember is identity means they have the same address.
Same address,
Equality means do they have the same content inside them?
same content.
Okay, buddy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, again, a slightly important one. I will force you. I'll put some pressure to remember you. Practice these things. Try to get a good understanding. What does ID give you?
Address of
Good.
C1 and C2.
That is the address. That is like a address is what is. Mantra of a class.
We are defining inside a class.
Architectural plan.
Architecture.
How do you design a class? What is the mantra of how you design a class? As in does?
By giving a name.
As in does. You recall?
As and does. Okay, sorry.
Cool. Okay, what is in it?
Constructor.
Good. What is self?
Referencing variable.
Very good. And what is this name?
Attribute.
What is a name?
Variable.
It is variable. It is what is it?
Attribute or argument.
It is an argument, as simple as that. And the name is?
I mean?
No. What is name?
Attribute. No.
Attribute. And this is an argument. Okay. What is SD and S2?
SD and objects.
As simple as that. Cool. So I think this is where we were checking if S is equal to, do you think S is same as D? S is D?
No, Naveen.
As simple as that. Okay. So let's say, okay. Come back to that one. Okay. What is the formula for delta?
B
A,
square
you're
minus,
given ABC.
yes, B square minus 4AC.
Very good. Let's say, now here comes a slightly tough one. What do you think is zip doing?
Naveen, these were discussed on Friday afternoon session, right?
I think so, buddy.
Yeah, afternoon sessions I was not there. I said
Okay.
that I am suffering from fever.
Oh, acha, acha. Okay, okay. That's okay. Don't worry. Then you take a break. Niharika, are you able to come online? You think you're doing okay
Niharika's
there?
microphone is not working.
Microphone. Ah, gotcha. She told me. Okay. Any volunteers, guys? Some brave souls there? Anybody ready to help?
Sorry, Naveen. Sorry from my side for that.
That's cool, buddy.
Interruption.
It's a pretty valid one you have there. So how are you feeling? Are you better today?
Yes, Naveen, some body pains. That's it.
Is it?
Feeling better than Friday.
You still have the fever?
No. Just body pains, Naveen.
Oh, no. Saggubiyam payasam.
Naveen?
Saggubiyam payasam అయితే
No, it's not like that. My friend is going to US, so it's more than friend. He's more than friend. So yesterday we did some shopping. That's it.
Acha. Okay. You're in the mall and things like that. Okay. Shopping. Okay. It's body pains from shopping, not body pains from fever or other things, right?
Fever and shopping both got
Very
connected. So it became
Understand.
so severe.
Understand. Well, you take care, buddy.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry for my side.
No problem. Okay, guys, I still have a few more questions and things like that before we get on to a few more topics and things like that. Let's see any volunteers, guys. How about Lavanya? How are you today?
Hi, Naveen.
Good. You think you can come online?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay, let me make you the host. Say I'll remove this Lavanya. Make co-host. And let's say, okay, tell me what you think is zip doing.
It adds each elements in two tuples.
Very good. Element by element wise operation. It's picking up each element one by one. What do you think all is doing?
All means if one is true, then it will return the output. It will print the output as true.
If one of them is true,
Yes.
then what do you think is?
If all of the elements are true,
good answer.
Then it returns the true.
Good answer. What do you think? The Boolean of space, is that a true?
Yes, Naveen.
Good. What about this one?
It is a string, so it returns true.
Very good. What about this one?
It's float. Yeah, anything greater than 0, it returns true.
Excellent. What about this one?
True is true.
Okay. What about this one?
Minus, it's true.
Why?
Because it's not 0.
Good answer. So it is not that it is greater than, only for 0 it is giving false.
Yeah.
Okay, good. What is any?
If any of the value is true, then it returns true.
Very good. And okay, these are the things we spent some good amount of time last session. So all those functions that we discussed on Friday, I want all of you guys to practice, guys, okay? And let's say Nescafe brew and sunrise. Okay, there is something different going on here. What is this one and what's different here, Lavanya?
It is dictionary comprehension.
Very good. So what does that do? What's happening? What are we getting?
It returns the length of the word.
Think again. Here is a hint.
Length of the values, length of the keys.
Okay, values length of the word. Okay, then
Oh, word with length.
Good. What is word here?
Word is key.
Good. And value is length of word. Okay. So what is happening to these two?
It's creating dictionary, right?
It is getting
keys
added
and
to
values.
the dictionary. It is
Yes.
calculating the key and the value and then going to the left hand side and adding to the dictionary. Catching it?
Yes, yes.
Okay. Let's see item zip again. What's a palindrome?
Palindrome, if the string is, if the argument is same as reverse of that argument, then it's called palindrome.
Good. Okay. Explain me this one.
Yeah,
Tough one.
it is dictionary comprehension, and it prints reverse of the arguments. Keys with reverse of the key.
Very good. The cup is going to be the key. The reverse of the cup is going to be the value.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. And let's see. Okay. Have a look at this one. Just give me 1 moment. I'll step out. Oh, guys, let's take a short 5-minute break. Everybody okay with that?
Yes, Naveen.
Great. Thank you, Lavanya. Lavanya, can you make me the host, please?
Okay, Naveen.
Yeah. You need to go into more and say make host.
There is no make host in mode.
Make co-host.
Make host. Okay. I made you as host.
Yeah, right. Thank you. So let's continue. So let's see, Lavanya, what is country name?
It is class variable.
Very good. What do you think is sing?
Sing is a method.
Method. What is special about it?
Special.
I'll give you a hint.
It is a behavior of the object.
Behavior of the object. Okay. Anything else you recall?
Is it
Here is another hint.
a static allocation or dynamic allocation?
Dynamic. More precisely, it's like a static method or class method. And notice no self is used there.
Yes.
Another difference is notice we say person.sing. We don't need to create an object to call sing. If you see the self, we'll create an object. That is telling us, hey, create, use the self.
Yes, ma'am.
Self is used. Cool. And let's say that's the story of the static method. Oops. Sorry about that. And let's say, okay. Then we have, okay, increasing the complexity. Lavanya, let's see if you can try to. So notice Sachin. What is Sachin and Sindhu here?
They are the objects.
Objects, good one. Now, what is bedroom 2? Here is a hint.
Bedroom 2 is a attribute which we are trying to add into constructor.
You almost answered it. Okay. There's a subtle difference between bedroom 2 and bedroom 1.
Bedroom 1 is an attribute, right? Which is already in constructor.
Very good. Bedroom 2?
Which we are trying to add into the constructor.
We are, more precisely, we are adding at runtime. It is called a dynamic variable.
Okay.
Dynamic attribute. Okay. And so there is bedroom 2 in Sachin's house. What happens when you go into Sindhu's house?
It is accessible within Sachin. If we try to allocate in dynamically, then it can also be accessible in Sindhu's house also.
Good. So in other words, in Sindhu's house, we're not able to access this variable that is only applicable to the scope of Sachin's object, right?
Yes.
Very good. Let's see. Okay. What is special about name?
It is a private variable.
Okay. So why private?
Because before that, there is underscore.
Okay. So in other words, generally all the attributes, most of the time you will see, we will declare them as private. This is information hiding. This is the data. This is information we are hiding it. That is the fundamental concept of object-oriented design. Okay.
Okay.
Now let's say, okay, what are these two methods?
Get
What,
and set.
what does that remind you of?
We can access a private variable using get. If we want to change the name, encapsulation. Yes.
Very good. Cool. What is profession?
Profession, it is a dynamic variable.
Good. Adding it dynamically. Okay. And let's say length of stats. Okay. Do you remember what is stats?
Stats. Is it the file which demographic statics?
What kind
That's
of
one.
object is it?
Data frame.
Very good. What is the mantra?
Mantra, it is a tray of different arrays.
Very good. And dissimilar trace. Good. What is head?
Head is nothing but it prints first 5 rows.
Good. What is info?
Info, it gives the information, meta information,
Very good. Metadata.
metadata.
Describe.
Describe is statistics,
Basic statistics.
basic stats.
Min, mean, max, and so on. What do you think we are doing in this particular line? I'll give you a hint.
Here we are changing the names of the columns.
Very good.
I'm assigning column names without space between country and name, country and code.
Very good. So we're removing the space, as simple as that. Okay.
Yes.
So let's see. Okay. Tell me what this is. What does this do?
It reverse prints.
Very good. This one.
The each second variable in reverse.
Very good.
Second.
What about this one?
Each 20th element.
Very good. From forward. Okay. What about this?
Is it from forward each second element?
From forward every second element. Okay. There is one more thing happening here.
Don't know, Naveen.
Okay. Look for help. Answer is there.
Starting from first index and every. Is it starting from first index and every second element?
Is it first index?
First element.
Is it first?
Yes, it includes, right?
It is second. 1 means
Second.
2 for Python. 0 means 1. 0 means first. 1 means 2.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. There is a subtle difference between IAT and AT. Do you remember what it is? Tough one.
IAT, we can mention rows and columns. In AT, we can give either of the index.
Good one. Okay. What is Matplotlib?
Matplotlib is a package for visualization.
Very good. As simple as that. Okay. Are you connected online? Connected to the
Yes.
cloud?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Then can you share your screen, show yourself, say hello one more time, and stay online. Let's run some stuff. I'm going to stop my share. And everybody else, get ready to help Lavanya in ways you can. Stay tuned. Very good. You're logged in, right? Okay, I'm going to give you step by step. Let's see. Go back to your previous notes and create the stats object for me first. This time without taking my help.
Yes, sure.
Good.
In this one or?
Yeah, in this. And while Lavanya is doing, good. Everybody else must do. And let's see, you did a read CSV and good. Okay. So, okay, that's a good one. All right, I will not increase the complexity, but let's move on to the next one. If everybody is following. Hope everybody is doing okay, guys. If you're not having any trouble, just go ahead and put it in window. We'll try to help you out and things like that, guys. Okay, let me come back here. So now let's say you did a head. Okay, show me the head of let's say 20 rows. Type in the code to get me the head of 20 rows. Now good. Okay. So now let's say I'm going to, I guess I'll need to send this to you. Back to chat window. Okay, run that. Okay.
Here
Look
we
at
are
the
giving the indexes of rows, but either of should be the name.
excellent. Fix it. You can do it in the next cell.
Oh, I can have to check the three.
After you're done, just say it out so that I'm not yet asking. Good answer. So in other words, you said when we were using at, you said we can either change one of the indexes should be new textual data is what you said. Huh?
Yeah,
Okay, reverse that. In at, reverse that.
I think here we don't have name to row, right? So this
Name
should
to
be
okay. Good answer, good answer. So for the row, we don't have name. More precisely,
yeah.
say come down here. It is taking the row index and the column name. Add does not work with the column index. If you want to work with the column index, what do?
IAT.
As simple as that. Okay, and let's say move to the next one. So now let's see if you can catch this one. Sending, paste it, run it.
Each 10 element in forward.
Every 10th one, okay. And let's say, okay. Run this and explain.
10th row and 0th column.
Show me the result. It is the 10th row and the 0th column. Huh? Tell me again.
Yes.
Count it and tell it. Is Libya the 10th row?
It is 100th row, but here we have
Is it
given
the 100th row?
Yes.
Think again. How about anybody else, guys? Can you give a hint?
No, it's 10th row itself.
Count it.
9th row. No.
Oh, feel free to show your video also, Lavanya, so that will kind of engage us.
Python is a zero-based index, so it becomes 11th row and zero index. Zero column.
Good. Are you catching it, Lavanya?
Just confusion. That's it.
So if you count it, are you there, Lavanya?
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Did you understand what Suresh said?
No, could you repeat it?
It's 11th row. 10 means
Yeah.
11. If you count it, what you're looking at is 0, 10, 20 is not index. It is called row index. Index is different from row index. Catching
Yes.
index is built-in index. It's like the 11th row here. So what is I at? I at is not looking at the row index, but it is looking at index for sake of understanding. Catching it?
Yes, Naveen.
Now, let's see if you can run this one. Say back here, back to chat. Okay, run this one. Scroll down and see what is the error message saying. Country name is not there.
No, the spelling, the way of writing is.
Okay, so how can you fix that? Okay, now try to explain this one. There's a subtle difference between previous one and this one.
Yeah. In country name column, 10th row.
Is it the 10th row?
I mean 11th row, which is here.
Is it the 11th row?
Yes, Naveen.
It is the second row. So what is 10?
Oh, we changed the rows, yeah. It's second.
What is 10?
Here 10 is second row.
Second row, 10 is row index, not index.
Row index.
When we are working with data frames, we need to be aware of something called index, and also data frame gives you an index. This is like a data frame index, not index. Catching it,
Okay.
Lavanya.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. Let's say come down here. Okay. Let's see. So let's call this as okay. Let's say this one. Increasing the complexity. Run it.
Invalid syntax. What is the issue here, Naveen?
Look at the column name.
Internet users. It's correct.
Instead of dot, you should use something else. What do you think you should? How about bracket, square bracket? Still not getting it?
Yeah.
This is another problem now. Very simple problem. Okay. Very good. What do you think is Katrin? Tough question. I'll give you a hint. Let's say back here, come back here. Run this one.
It's taking the values which are less than 2 in internet users.
Good answer. So what do you think it is doing? What is that called?
Filtering.
As simple as that. Oh,
Naveen?
no, you're good, right?
Yeah.
Run the next one.
It's printing from third row 2 and excluding 7. 6.
Answer. Inclusive, exclusive. Run the next one.
Data frame.
Same error.
Yes.
Case for birth rate, arc small letter.
Small letter. Katrina 2 is assigned with the birth rate where it is greater than 40.
Okay. So sending you the next one. Okay. So what is Katrina 2?
It is also filtering the
Filter.
birth rate.
Another filter. This is actually a list of group of countries where the birth rate is greater than 40.
Yes.
And earlier, when we looked at the Katrina 1 is all the countries where the internet users is less than 2.
Yes.
Okay. So try true and false.
Just execute it.
Yeah.
False.
Okay. So how about true and true?
True.
Try it. Have you done that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, passing the two filters to stats object with an and. I'll give you a moment to think about it and I'll give you the
Katrina,
answer. I want you
is
to
it-
send both the filters to the stats.
Could you repeat it once?
Try to send both the filters. Try to use both the filters in the stats.
Okay.
Try it.
Katrina and Katrina 1?
Yeah.
Katrina 2.
Yeah.
The truth value of series is ambiguous. Use empty bool item any all.
Now try to use that in stats, not in the cell. How do you think you can use it in the stats data frame? I want all the rows, all the countries where the internet users is less than 2 and birth rate is greater than 40. So slightly tough on Lavanya, but give it a try. Good try. Try to use on, remove the inner closed brackets and try to use only one bracket. Copy the whole thing, paste it into new cell. Remove the internal brackets. On this side also, the left-hand side bracket.
Is it?
Let's say exactly what I wanted to. Let me see. I think you, okay. Okay, give it a try. Okay, more precisely. Okay. This one. Try that.
Oh.
Okay, so in other words, the truth value. Now replace and, paste it into new cell and replace and with an ampersand. So what do you think is this one?
The same values in Katrina and Katrina 2.
So you should say, we are getting all the countries where the internet users is less than 2, which is the first filter, and the
Birth
birth
rate
rate
is
is greater than 40. That's how you should say. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Now replace, paste it into a new one and try with OR. Okay. Now we're again getting a similar problem. The hint is on the top. In the previous cell is a hint. So what do you think we should do? Paste it into a new cell. Don't use the same cell, so that others will have a look at that.
The symbol for OR.
Anybody knows the symbol for OR? So what is this one?
Birth rate in Katrina 2 greater than 40 and greater than 40. Either if internet user is less than 2 and if the internet birth rate is greater than 8, I mean both are here. Either of the condition is true.
Good. In other words, it's an OR.
Yes.
List of all the countries where the birth rate is greater than 40 or the internet users is less than 2. What is the definition of birth rate, Lavanya?
Definition?
Anybody else recall what is birth rate? It's number of children born in that country for every 1,000 people. So in Angola, for every 1,000 people, 45 children are being born. In Burundi, 44. In Burkina Faso, 40. Not per minute. For every 1,000 people in 1 year, how many children are being born is what it is, Vinay. Per minute will be very, very high. Okay. So what do you think is internet users, guys? Anybody recall? Internet users. For every 100 people, how many people have access to internet in that particular country? Angola, for every 100 people, 19 people have access. Burundi, only 1. Burkina Faso, again, 9 people. Lavanya, are you catching it?
Yes, Naveen.
Now, if you're looking at the income group, there is something happening here. Can you spot the pattern? Anybody else can help us? There is some pattern we are observing in the income group.
Internet users are very low if the income low. Low, maybe.
What is it, Lavanya?
If the income group is low, then the internet users low, or the groups in income, upper middle, lower middle.
Okay, anybody else, guys? Can you take on that? Can you give some hints and help to Lavanya? What is the pattern we are observing? What is increasing, Pratyusha? Is it really increasing? So notice most of the countries are low-income countries.
Yes.
If the birth rate is high, most of the countries are low income. If the internet users is less, most of the countries are low income. Can you give a thought why? Why, guys? Why are all these low income countries? Any thoughts, Lavanya?
Lack of knowledge.
Good answer. Is it really knowledge?
Yeah,
Education, maybe.
education.
Why do low income countries have low education?
Because no income.
So if income is not there, they're not getting educated. Huh?
Maybe.
Good answer, good answer. And but what about the reverse? In the countries, if the birth rate is high, then their income is low. Why? Not having proper awareness. Not having proper awareness. Okay. But tell me, why in the countries where the birth rate is high, which is looking at the same thing in a reverse manner? Earlier we said all the countries with low income are having high birth rate. Now, where they're having high birth rate, they're having low income. Why? If we were to put it like this, can you give a thought? Why is their income low? So birth rate is, I mean, they're having more and more children. People are having too many children. And their income is low. Why? Is it, if you have too many children, will your income become low? Cool. Gentlemen, ladies, that is insights. That is the kind of work that we generally do with the data frames. Children are needed to work to earn, so they prefer to work rather than for studying. Okay, you have a good point. Unemployment. Okay, good point. Good points there, guys. Okay, that is the insights that we draw from data frames, and that is the kind of things that we do using the data frames, guys. Okay, that is to give you an idea. But let's dig a little bit deep. Let's see. You have already run that. Okay, now here's a slightly tough question, guys. Can you write a filter where you give me a list of all the countries where the income is high income? Give me all the rich countries.
We have to filter low income, right?
High income.
High income.
Okay, I'll give you a hint. First, take a look at the head of 10 countries. Okay, now try to write the filter.
Mm,
Okay, good one. Just one small mistake there. Silly mistake. Good answer. Okay. Now explain me what is happening in high income countries. In rich countries, what is happening? Any
In
pattern
rich
you're observing?
countries, internet users are more and birth rate is less.
What does that mean? That's a good answer, but what is the meaning of that?
They are aware of but control.
Good answer. Internet users is more means more awareness, more knowledge, more education. Okay. High income means rich countries, they have money. So they and what is
Yes.
happening? They're not giving too many children, birth to too many children,
Yes.
right? Why do rich countries don't give birth to too many children, Lavanya?
They are busy with their works.
If they're busy, they're not giving children, huh? They're not giving birth to children, huh?
I don't know, Naveen.
Because
Okay.
they know how many persons needed, how many births needed, and where
Ah.
they need to limit that.
Good answer. Good answer. They're doing
Economy.
good. They're more children, more expenses, more money, and so they're planning it out. Their life and things like that, looking into it. So they're trying to limit the number of children. More knowledge, more education is also allowing them to limit the number of children, is what we can say. But one more time, that is generally what the data frames are used for. If we look at the data in the world of data analytics and things like that, that's what we look for. And we try to come up with all these things. These are referred as hypotheses. And then there are various hypothesis testing, machine learning, and stuff. We try to extend it. We try to dig deep into these hypotheses or assumptions, and we try to prove, we try to disprove, and we try to do things like that, guys. Okay. If time permits, we'll also look at those things. But good guesses, good answers there. And let's see. Run the next one, Lavanya. Pardon.
The categories which are in income group.
The categories, good answer. In other words, these are the different countries with different income groups. Some are high income, some are low income, some are upper middle income, some are lower middle income. Okay. Unique is, as name suggests, it is unique, guys. All right. And let's see, write a filter which will get me the date of India. Should be some easy one.
Could you repeat it once?
Write a filter which will get me the date of India.
Date of India.
Data.
Okay, which is in the stats, right?
Yeah.
Do I need to check where it is, or we can?
No, no. If you just look at your previous filter, you should be that should be able to give you an idea.
India. Mhm.
Let's see.
Country code.
Oh, no. Previous filter. Look at one of filters.
Stats equals to stats country name equals to India.
So it's still struggling. You're almost there. There you go. Okay, Lavanya.
Specific. Yeah.
So it is case sensitive.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see what's happening in India. 20 people for every 1,000 people, 20 children for every 1,000 people. And out of 100 people, looks like 15 people have internet access. This is probably a few years old. If you take the latest, maybe it might be, say, internet users might be 70 or 80. And it looks like we are coming under lower middle income country. We're also not a very rich country is what is the story of India. Okay,
Okay.
let's see. Okay, now here's a slightly tough one. This is oh no, this should be okay for you. Let's see, run that. Fix that. Good.
History.
Okay. If I do not like that message to be displayed, matplotlib.access subplots, what do you think we should do? Tough question. Good. Very good. That's a short and sweet one. But let's say, okay, histogram. At this stage, I will not explain histogram, but let me go ahead and perform head.
First 5 rows.
Good. Run the next one.
It's stuck. Okay.
So can you explain me the difference between the two?
Here we change the column country code first.
We are changing the country code. Are we changing?
No, the column of country code. We are swapping country name and country code.
Okay. What is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 called?
They are the index values.
Good. Are they index? We call them index. We just discussed about it.
Row index.
They are called the row index or the data frame index. Okay. So now what
Yes.
did we do here?
In place of row index, we swap the country code.
Very good. Can we put name in the index? Tough question. Or let's say, can we put birth rate or internet users, or maybe how about income group as index?
Okay.
Let's say, create another cell. In
Okay.
another cell, create the income group as index.
In place of country code?
Yeah. Okay. Do you think there is any problem here?
Same data, but the row data, the column data changed. I mean, swap. Any problem?
Income groups, only 4 or 5 types are there. We cannot segregate by their income groups.
Good answer. So in other words, more precisely, the codes, abbreviations of the countries are unique. No two countries may have same name. For example, Germany may be East and West, but their name is Germany. Okay, so country name or an income group may be repeated, whereas generally an index is something which is not repeated. Index is like a student ID. There, a student, an ID is like a roll number in your class. No two students will be given the same roll number. Their names can be same. Catching the point, guys? Lavanya, are you catching it?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Then run stat set again. Okay. So now between the previous cell and this cell, what is happening, Lavanya? Tough question. Niharika.
Right.
Just the above cell. In the last two cells, what is the process which is happening?
It just modified, but not original data.
Good.
Data
So
frame is not modified.
very good. So the original data frame, we did not modify it. The original data frame is intact. It is creating a copy of that and modifying it. So this is the story of that one. But let's say back to run that. Okay,
First row
what is it?
index, first row index, and
You should say that is the country code of Aruba.
yeah.
Okay, run the next one.
In place of row index, we used code. Country name, okay. The key error, A, B, double.
It means we have to use one integer value and one string type must. But here we are using both our string type data. Yes, sir. Is it?
No. Okay. So sorry about that, guys. You need to make me the host again, Lavanya. I just had a power cut and the power is back.
Okay. More. Done, Naveen.
Again, a power cut at my end, guys. Sorry about that. So it's still okay. Take a look at DF and see what are the row indexes.
Zero, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Are you looking at DF?
DF. Yeah, there is no index.
Okay.
Row index.
So if you scroll up one step above, in the previous cell, what are we doing here?
In place of index, we change the country code column.
So where did the problem arise?
While we calling.
In the cell number 56, we changed again row indexes. That is where the problem is arising. If we did not change, so now if you change DF back to country code, then that will work.
Okay.
Catching it now?
Yes.
Okay. Again, I had a power cut. Make me the host if you can, Lavanya. Sorry about that. Let's say, Suresh also making the co-host just in case.
Aruba.
Aruba.
Yes.
Okay. So, gentlemen, ladies, shall we take a short break? Not a short break, but a lunch break.
Yes, Naveen.
Okay. So let's take a maybe regroup by 2 p.m. Okay, 45 minutes. Everybody okay with that, guys? Thank you. Back at 2. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, I'm back. Are you back? Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay, one more time. Can you give me a quick yes, please? Okay, great. Thank you. So let me, Suresh, can you make me the host buddy? Looks like I had some power outage here. So it resets me.
Navin, your host.
Great, thank you. So let's see where we are. Let's see, pause my screen here. So today, guys, we may have an assessment test. I think Savitri is working on it. Once she's done, she'll let us know. Today, I want to also give you a touch of Linux. This week, I'll be focusing on Linux. I'll be slowly going on to SQL. Next week, I'll also get you into the world of big data and things like that the next 2 to 3 weeks, guys. So we'll slowly try to increase the complexity of topics. Just be prepared. Just waiting for my screen to come up here. Give me one moment. In the meantime, let's see, maybe Suresh, maybe Lavanya, or maybe Niharika. Can one of you go back to the place where we have Jupyter Hub and click on the Linux link? Let me see. I want to show you, but my screen is frozen here, waiting for it to come back. Here. Apps. Okay. Share my screen while my Linux is coming up. Just move this here. Let's go back to the Cloud Labs. Let's click on the web shell for now. And I think I'll share my screen again. Where's my screen? Subscription, what is this one? Back here. Resuming the share. So log into your Linux, guys. Hope you're seeing my screen. Big user 1. Oops. Connect again. Say connect. Big user 1. This one. Let's try this. Okay. And looks like you are seeing my screen. Okay. Let's see if this has come up. There you go. Okay, everybody ready, guys? Can you give me a quick yes, please, if you're ready? We'll jump a little bit into Linux and then we'll switch back to a little bit of Python. I'll be doing both Python and Linux also. Python will be continuing for the next 2, maybe 3, 4 weeks also. Every day a little bit of Python because it's a slightly faster one, along with others and things like that, guys. Okay. So let's get started and see what it is. Linux is an operating system. And what is an operating system, guys? An operating system is nothing but a group of programs at a slightly simplistic level. It is actually a Linux. It's actually a kernel. Linux is a kernel. Kernel is the bridge between the hardware of our computer device and the software programs. That is again another simple definition. Created by Linus Torvalds in 1991. First version was released in 1994. It's probably, how much is that, guys? Close to 30 years. FOSS stands for free open source software. So it is free, it is open source. Linux is nothing but Unix-like. So originally it was actually called Unix, and then I think later it was renamed to Linux. Is what it is, guys. Okay. Everybody okay with this slide? Quick yes, please. Okay.
The kernel means, repeat it once, sir.
Just a moment. Okay, Linux kernel, Linux distributions. Linux kernel plus is not Linux operating system or Linux distribution. To be more precise, is nothing but Linux kernel plus the additional software programs that we install. The kernel does not come with any additional programs, whether that is your Word, whether that is text editor or any of those programs, guys. Okay, it comes with the main core and a few programs without too many features. Generally, we download other programs like Firefox or Chrome and things like that. These are the other softwares. So distribution contains their own. Each distribution can have a different focus. There are many distributions we'll see. They focus on certain aspects of that. What is that? We'll try to understand. Many distributions are available. Okay, these are some of the, say, distrowatch.com. If you go there, we can see tens and tens of Linux distributions. Red Hat Enterprise Linux is one of the most popular, most professional, most popular. Fedora is also pretty popular. Ubuntu is also a big one. Debian, SUSE, OpenSUSE, these are slightly less popular, not really used. Not much use. I have not really seen them being used much, guys. Okay. So why Linux? It runs on many hardware platforms. It has a small footprint. It is very stable, very reliable, and very secure. In other words, it is very stable. If you're working on Linux operating system, it is very command line oriented, but you'll feel the power. You will never observe or notice that it goes down. In other words, some problem. You're doing something and in the middle somehow the program or something crashes and the entire thing needs to be restarted and things like that. Small footprint means it takes less amount of size compared to the other operating systems, is what it is. It is very reliable. So it's referred as a very reliable operating system. It's very secure. Again, more security because most of these are mostly power users, developers, and things like that. Mostly who are using Linux at a user level. It is not Linux, but it is mostly dominated by Windows. So less number of hackers are hacking into Linux than Windows. That's why Windows is more vulnerable and less secure compared to Linux, guys. But even in Windows, they have increased the security. Now they are also becoming pretty stable also, guys. Linux can be used as a client and a server. We can use it as for simple things such as a client, and for very powerful computations, scheduling jobs, and many other tasks. So it can also be used for servers. FOSS, again, it's free, it's open software, gives you a lot of choice and freedom, guys. Okay. So there it is. At the core, it's an operating system. Operating system is nothing but at the heart, it is a kernel. Linux is the layer between the applications. So in other words, it is a bridge. It can be used as a server or a desktop. Distributions are implementations of Linux, each with their goals and focus. What is that? We'll try to understand. So here is Linux. It's an operating system. Distribution is nothing but a curated software. Kernel plus other email clients, web browser clients, and other kinds of things. These are nothing but the other software. And each distribution of flavor. We have earlier talked about Python distribution. So just like that, kernel in short means it is the one which is connecting all the hardware, the components of your laptop or maybe desktop. You need to make them do something. You need to make them process. How do you do? That's where the software comes in. So kernel is the one that you can write different kinds of programs and things like that. That program, in order to communicate with the hardware, something is connecting. What is that? That is nothing but the kernel. Niharika. Okay, back to distribution. We have earlier talked about Python distribution. Python, so it is packaged with other kinds of packages, and it is referred as a Python distribution, just like Linux. In Linux distributions, every distribution is solving some kind of problems. What is that? Let's try to understand, guys. Okay, so Linux kernel, the kernel is a core. Kernel plus apps is nothing but the distribution. Red Hat, Ubuntu are the most popular. Red Hat is a professionally at a professional level, most of the enterprises use Red Hat. Ubuntu is free, but it is also very popular. And Red Hat is used in banks, airlines, telecoms, and healthcare. CentOS is a free version of Red Hat, where the support is not dedicated, whereas for Red Hat, the support is dedicated. So most of the enterprises go for Red Hat. CentOS is also very, very stable, and almost it is Red Hat only at its core, guys. Okay, but the commercial support is not provided there. Ubuntu again used heavily in startups, software as service, social networks, cloud-based, and things like that, guys. So again, Ubuntu is free, and we'll try to look at that. So isn't just for business. These are the other kinds of distributions which are also available in Linux, used heavily around the world. But again, that might be in games or a slightly different environments and things like that. These are the different kinds of distributions, guys. Okay, so Linux concepts are universal. In other words, no matter which distribution you're working in, if you know the basic or the core Linux commands, you can use any distribution you are. They will work in all the distributions. Each distribution is slightly different. They have different set of programs. They have different purpose. You can accomplish the same goals on most Linux distributions. You can't make a wrong choice. In other words, if you learn Linux, you can work on any of the distributions, is what it means. Everybody doing okay so far? Quick yes, please. Okay, so short and sweet, distribution is kernel plus software. Red Hat Enterprise and Ubuntu are the most popular. CentOS is nothing but Red Hat minus branding. So in other words, if you take the Red Hat, you're not making use of anything or the branding aspects of it. That is nothing but the CentOS, guys. Okay. So how do we connect to? Connecting over the network. So we can connect to Linux using SSH, Secure Shell Protocol, Windows PuTTY. If you're connecting from Windows to Linux, then we can use PuTTY. We'll see that. We can also use Mac. Mac is also at the core a Linux operating system, only customized with other aspects of it, guys. Okay, so here is PuTTY. We have to go to google.com and download PuTTY. For that, what we'll do is, let me see if I have PuTTY here. Oops. Come back here. Bring up my net. Let's say PuTTY. Okay, so if you all can go to, let's see. Okay, let me come back and revisit PuTTY, guys. Okay, we'll do the PuTTY later. We skip a few of these things. First, we'll cover some aspects of that. Okay, connecting over to the virtual machine also, I'll come back. But let's start with some basic commands and then we'll revisit these things. Okay, the Linux directory structure. These are the most important directories that we need to be aware of. We need to have an idea in the Linux operating system. The desktop, if you can compare it to the Windows Explorer, let's say, if I bring up my Windows Explorer, say go to this PC. A lot of space here. Okay, if you notice, the root is nothing but this PC. The bin, it is nothing but the binaries and other executable programs. This is nothing but generally your C drive program files. Going to C drive. And I think somewhere here is program files 86. This is like the bin where each of the program will have their own folder, and you will find their .exe files and things like that. That is the bin etc system configuration files. From a Windows standpoint, etc is also again somewhere related to your program files, your application. Each of those programs will save their configuration files here. / home directories, this is where all the usernames are created. This is like C drive users. Let's say users. So if you go into this one, notice we have different kinds of users. So users is like home, OPT optional or third party. Again, OPT is also program files, like program files in Windows is what it is. Then we have temporary, again C drive temp directory. This is C drive temp directory. Then come to user related programs. So specific programs related to user. That could be anywhere Windows readjusts it and things like that internally. But that is what is user. Then war variable data. Mostly log files and things like that are stored in war is what it is. Let's go a little bit deep, a quick visual view. So the root is like my computer, and the rest of the directories are as simple as that. Then let's say, come back here. Again, bin etc to war. War is where the log files are stored. And again, in home, this is users. We have different kinds of usernames and things like that. Again, in each user, you'll have documents, download, music. This is for the JSON is what it is, guys. Okay. Now, what I would like to do is I would like one of you guys to, oops, come here. Back to the Linux. Okay. Niharika or Lavanya or Suresh or anybody else, any volunteers who can come try some Linux commands?
Yes, Naveen.
Rahul, did you type in yes just now? Oh, Vinay, okay. Let's see, let me make Vinay, find Vinay. Oops, I can't find you. Oh. Sure. Sricharan, where are you, man? Oh, here we go. Let's say make co-host. Say yes.
Yes, Naveen.
You can go ahead and share your screen.
Yeah.
Hard way. Oh, okay. Looks like your big data user 16 good. Okay, you already logged in.
Yes.
It's on my Amazon AWS. Okay, let's try. What you do, the first one is just type in pwd. As Vinay is typing in, I want every one of you to make a note, make a list of these commands, and also, or in other words, write them down and also at the same time type them in, guys. Okay, I'll later show you how to get a list of all the commands from Linux and save it to a file. But pwd, press enter. So this is present working directory. Generally, when we log into a Linux terminal and things like that, we are logged into our own directory. So here, Vinay is big data user 16. So imagine you log into Windows, it is directly taking, you're logged in as, let's say, Vinay. So you see, in Windows also, we have downloads, documents, and other kinds of things. So imagine Vinay logged into his Windows, you're directly, of course, looking at the GUIs and things like that. But at a slightly terminal level, by default, it is taking to this one. Now type in ls for listing, list ls. Okay, so it looks like these are the files he created, he has been working on. And let's see, do you have demographic? Oh, you also have demographic data. Okay, very good. You can play around with it a little bit. And so ls is a list of files, guys, as simple as that. Okay, now ideally what I wanted to do is, okay, what you do is cd space // okay, pwd. present working directory, press enter. Now notice you're in the root. Okay, L is for list of files and directories. These are all the lists of files. There are a lot of log files here. And okay, so now what we'll do, ls -l, a long list. ls is just a list of files, whereas ls -l, space -l. So it'll give you, okay, so on the left hand side, it has read, write, the RW. Now scroll up a little bit to the header. So now we have L is for link, and RWX on the left hand side. Then you have one root. So the one is user, another one is a group. Group is nothing but a group of users. Then you have the date and the time, and then you have the bin. That's a link that is actually to a symbolic link to another actual location. We'll talk about that. All the dark blue colored ones, they are directories. The black colored ones are the files with their date and time. And in the middle, you see 46,219, 215. That is the size in bytes, size of the file in bytes.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So select any of the HS error, HS underscore, double click that, copy that.
Which one, Naveen? Hello?
Okay, just say cat and paste it. Right click and paste it. CAT. I'll explain you what is CAT. No, CAT, and you didn't paste it. Huh? Control C.
What I have to copy?
Control C, Control D, Control Z, just to come out of the cat mode.
No, what should I copy first, Naveen?
Okay.
Hello?
Just give me
Naveen,
one moment, guys. I'm taking a step out here for one quick moment.
When I come out of that, Control C or Control X, Control D, anything will make you come out of that. Yes. Cat space. Share in copy any of the one.
this one.
Wait for now.
Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. Are you guys back? Can you give me a quick yes, please, if you're back? Great, thank you. Vinay, can you go ahead and share your screen, buddy?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's continue the journey. Let's see where we are. So, looks like you went into the do a man LS. Okay, just do a PWD and it'll tell us where we are. Looks like we're on the route. Okay, we're in the root directory, and just one more time, ls. This is a short list of all the files and things like that. All the colored ones, the dark blue ones are the directories, the light blue ones are the software links, and the black colored files or the names are the files, guys. Okay, this is the root directory. This is the story of the root directory more precisely. Now what we'll do is we'll go into each of these directories and get a feel of them. Let's go into the bin directory. Just do a ls/bin space ls/bin.
Space slash Navin.
Bin, bin. B for boy.
Sorry.
Should give us a list of all the files. These are the binary programs and things like that which are installed on this in this operating system or in this computer. And let's say come back here. Other executable programs and things like that. So now what you do is do a cd space bin. That will take you into that directory, space bin. And again, start with pwd. Then do a ls again. Okay, these are all the files. Now, what you do is ls space ls, you do ls space ls. Yeah. So there is ls file, or ls is executable here, guys. Okay. So what are all the commands are nothing but the executables and things like that. And it runs it. And let's see, there's no, okay, now type in history, history, history. Okay, so if you notice, guys, these are all the things that Vinay has been typing in this particular terminal. He has been typing in all these things, is what. So later, at the end, what we can do is we can save all these commands. Why you also make a note of them, but the Linux is also making a record of all the commands we are typing and things like that, guys. Okay, if you recall the Python commands.py123, I think a day or 2 days back we played around with these commands. These were the things which Vinay has typed in. So now what you do is cd space dot dot. Verify pwd again. So notice we are back in slash directory. Then do a cd space boot slash boot. Boot is okay, yeah. Okay, again, pwd followed by ls. So you should be under slash boot ls. We'll give you a list of files. These are all the files which are used at the time of booting the machine to booting the operating system and things like that. Okay, cd space dot dot, that will take you to one step back or to the parent directory of this one. Cd space dot dot. Vinay, cd space dot dot. Okay, and the next directory we'll get a feel of it is going to be type in ls cd-rom. Let's see if cd-rom is here. Okay, That's okay. Then we move on to, let's say, CD space C group.
C space group or direct.
Group. C. Okay. Okay. In CD group is not there. That's where all the control groups hierarchy is there, but that's okay. Next one is ls space dev device files.
DEC.
DEV, V for Victor, V for Vinay. Enter.
I mean device. Complete
Just
device.
make sure that directory is there. Enter. No, DEV.
DV enough.
Yeah.
What is
So
DV?
these are all the files again used by the operating system and by the system administrators, guys. Okay. We don't need to know each file or each directory and things like that. That is just to show you. Later we'll come back. The next one would be, have you done a, okay, next one is ls space etc. Device files. These are all called device files, Suresh. They are used by the operating system
LS
to
space.
communicate with different kinds of devices or the components of the computer.
Naveen,
Space etc. etc. etc.
Naveen.
I mean, someone has doubt.
Naveen, I'm getting the message as no
Enter.
such file or directory after I typed ls space.
Have you done an enter? Why are you taking so long?
Lavanya is asking something.
Oh, sorry, my bad. My apologies. Okay, my thing was speaker was muted. Okay, tell me, guys. What are you saying, buddy?
Naveen, I'm getting the message as no such file or directory after I typed ls space dev.
DV, yeah?
DEV.
Really?
Yeah.
How come you guys are all logged into the same thing? That's very strange. But that's okay. If you don't have device, then I think there's probably just to ls space de star. Maybe it's with another file or something. You also type in that, buddy. ls space de star. D for David, E for Edward, D for
Should I
Dog.
type here?
Yeah.
LS space.
Anya, first change the directory to root user and then try
Okay.
LSDEV.
Good one there. Yeah, first you do cd space slash. That is root directory. Under the root directory, that particular device for directory is there.
Getting same message after I type cd space boot.
No, cd space slash. Slash is the root.
Okay.
You see it?
Yeah.
Okay, that is device. Then next one, ls space etc.
Yeah, it's done.
Oh, okay.
After cd /boot, what I have to type? Cd space dev, right?
No.
LS space.
Getting the same message.
Lavanya, first give cd space slash.
Okay.
Then enter.
No file. Okay.
Next ls space dev.
Lavanya, check in chat box once.
Yeah, got it.
Sequence of comments.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
No, got it. Thank you, Vinay.
Good. Okay. So let's see what's the next one. Okay, next one is etc, and you're looking at ls etc, etc. And let's see. This is sounds like etc. These are all the configuration files used by the operating system and other kinds of programs installed. But more primarily, the configuration files is what is what these things are. And if you notice Hive, HBase, these are all the different kinds of programs which are installed. Maven, Kafka, these are all the big data related stuff. Cassandra is the NoSQL. Hadoop, you may also find Spark here. Spark is there, Scoop is there. Let's see if we have Scala here. We may need to SC, SH, SC. I don't see Scala, but we may need to get into probably Scala shell later. So that is the configuration files, guys, as simple as that. So that is just to give you a touch of it. And let's say now, Vinay, do PWD again. Okay, so we are in the root directory. Now notice, just type in CD and space enter. Enter. Now notice, guys, now do a PWD again. Now notice, we were earlier in the slash, which is root. And when you say CD, which is change directory, it directly puts you into your home directory. Big data user 16 is Vinay's directory. No matter where you are, in which directory you are, if you just say CD, Linux will take you back to your home directory, which is whatever your username is. Here, it's big data user 16. Now, do an ls. Okay, these are all the files which are there. I think here we don't have downloads and all those things are interesting. Okay, maybe here we don't have the downloads and stuff like that. But let's say come back here, what else is there? Okay, that's what I wanted to show you. Bin and the log files, configuration files. Okay, next export home. Okay, now what you do, just for sake of discipline, we'll do a little bit of playing around. CD space / export. We don't have, okay, that's okay. So that is not there, some other directory is there. That's where certain distributions will put them in certain places and things like that. So here, I think I used a Ubuntu here. We'll try to see. Just type in who am I, who, WHOAMI. Oh, no, one word. Oh, that's okay, press enter. Big data user, okay, yeah, this is EC2 AWS. Okay, I'm just trying to understand. Okay, this way, what is that one? It's been a while I use these things. There's a command which will give us the operating system and things like that, guys. I don't know if any of you recall, but we'll see. Next one is, say, verify the directory again, who, just type in who. Oh, these are all the different kinds of users which are created under this one. TechM, Big Data 01, things like that. Okay, that's okay. I had it something simple, but I'm trying to recall that. The next one is PWD. Okay, so that is your, we are currently in big data user 16 now. CD space ... That will take you one level up, which will go back to home. PWD again. Okay, ls. So notice these are all the different kinds of users which have been created under this, on this particular machine. Looks like the guys who are whoever has rented this machine has a lot of users, and that's how in real world it will look like, guys. Okay, Praveen, Pratik, Prapul, Manju, Koppa, big data labs and things like that. Okay, then again, that is the home directory, as simple as that. So under the home directory, different kinds of user names, and if you try to go into each of those directory, you will see upgrade labs. Okay, there's a bunch of them. Okay, so we'll not go unnecessarily into their folders. Do a CD, no, do a CD again, enter. Verify your directory, make sure you're in your directory, PWD. So you're back in big data users. Now ls space /lib. Okay, notice these are all the shared libraries. Libraries like the packages and things like that of the Java. And what else we see familiar here? Python is there, notice. So these are the softwares which are installed here. Just type in Python. 3.7.6, okay. So this is the Python prompt. We'll come back and again notice Anaconda. So Anaconda distribution is also installed here. Just do a Control D. That should quit or exit. Okay, you're out of it now. You can also quit or exit. So the library lib is again similar to program files and program 64 folder in Windows. The next one is cd space, not cd, ls space /lib64. Okay, so these are all the 64-bit files which are related to the machine and the other programs and things like that. Pardon me. System libraries for 64-bit. Then ls space /lost plus found, or you just type in ls space /lost and do a tab. It will auto-populate it. Tab it.
Yeah, I'm pressing tab.
Star, do a star. Press star and enter. No, sir, okay. Lost and found, I think, let's see what that is. That is like your to store recovered files after system.
Space
Is it space?
/lost space star. It gives some files.
Is it? Try that. No. Lost space, buddy. Not /space. Okay. No, it's giving you the current directory. I don't think it's giving you that one. So it's just used by the file system to store recovered files after file system check has been performed. Okay, it is again used by the operating system to check if some files are there or not, like that, guys. Okay, that is again just an FYI. Next one is media. ls space /media. Removable media like CD-ROMs. Okay, nothing is there. So this is like a CD-ROM. If you have access to the server, we can actually mount or put in our CD-ROMs, and we can have the Linux read it, just like it will read the CDs and the DVDs in the Windows. That's what it is used for, guys. Okay, that's another directory. You just need to have an idea. Another one is ls space /mnt. External file
MNT.
systems. N for Naveen T. Okay, so ls space /mnt /data. You can use up arrow, it will bring up the previous command, and /data. Under mount, we are looking at data. See what we have. Anaconda lost. Oh, here is lost plus found. There's a temp here. There's an anaconda.sh. There's a backup of Anaconda. And what is this one? This is used by the, what are we saying? Used to mount external file systems. Mount external file systems. So again, it's used like this programs when we try to install Anaconda and things like that, we are getting this data from somewhere. We're copying it and things like that into these folders, and we try to run them and leave them there. So I think once you run them, what happens is lost plus found is here. It will make sure some of the files needed and not needed are there. But this is just a one-time look, guys. I'm not giving you a very precise, but just to give you a feel of it. Next one is ls space /opt, optional third-party software. So one moment, I'll share my screen here so that you see what I'm looking at. So there it is. MNT is used to mount external file systems. OPT for optional third-party software. proc provides information about running process. We'll look at these things step by step. The home directory for the root. Root is the home directory, we'll see. Next is sbin, system administrator binaries for special programs which are used by the system administrators, like the administrators of the root. To know our step, we can use LSB release. Okay, good one, Pravalika. Thank you. Just save it. We'll revisit that. Linux is used to display information about SC Linux. Okay. And then these are the other ones. We'll also have look. So then we have user bins. Then we look at these other things which are coming up. Guys, we'll spend a little bit of time once in a lifetime. If we have a quick look at these files, then we don't need to revisit them and things like that, guys. Okay. So now I'll stop my screen. Share your screen. Stop share. Time. Export. Submitting. Okay. So the next one we'll look at is ls space / opt. Oh, you already looked at that. Sorry about that. Go to ls space / proc. Provides information about the running process and things like P or C. So these are all the different processes which are running on this machine. PS, just type in PS, process status. Okay, right now, there are two processes running. Yeah, just type in PS - EF. PS space -E for elephant, F for fox. Oops, no space after hyphen. Okay, well, we'll revisit that one. I don't need to go into PS now. But those are all the processes. Anytime when we run a program and things like that, you go into Hive or any of these big data programs, different kinds of processes are created, and based on them, I think on this machine, there are multiple processes running behind the scenes. We may not be able to run them. Okay. PS will revisit, guys. We really don't need to worry about that. And here comes a slightly important one, ls space / root. Yes. ls space / root. Root is like an admin user, permission denied, because we are now logged in as a normal user. Big data user 16 does not have all the administrative privileges. So it is saying, hey, you do not have the permissions to view it. So we'll see how to look at that also. Then look at ls space / sbin, system administrator binaries. Those are all the also special programs, if at all, / sbin. Okay, these are all nothing but the binaries used by the system administrator. So at the time of installing, what happens in Linux is the root administrators or the administrators will actually install all the programs with administrative privileges, and or in other words, a lot of programs which are not required by normal users, or you need some special permissions are installed under the root. You log in as root and you try to install them here so that everybody can access, and you can configure the permissions and things like that, guys. Okay. The next one is ls space / SE Linux, used to display information about SE Linux. No such file. Okay, I wouldn't worry about that. That's more of a academic discipline. Next one is /SRB. SRB for Victor. Hey, ls. ls. Okay, so nothing is there. So in other words, SRB / www, we can make a Linux server exposed to the internet. When you install certain programs, when you're making your Linux machine as an internet server and things like that, the SRB is where Server is a folder where all the www directories, the World Wide Web folders, and any of the applications, web applications that we install will be put under and will be served and run from here. In other words, all the HTML files will be saved here and they will be returned from here. So it is serving the files is what they say. We don't, again, under SRV, there is an FTP. FTP stands for File Transfer Protocol. In real world, when you're working with business users and things like that, they may have tens and tens or maybe hundreds of files of their business. We want to transfer them into our folder. So at that time, the FTP folder is comes to our rescue, guys. Okay. So since we don't have any files under SRV, we'll not worry about it. Next one is sys, ls space / sys. Okay, on the sys, we have block bus class. So these are used to display and configure the devices known to the Linux kernel. Again, we don't use it, mostly used by the Linux operating system. So it is used for the devices and other kinds of things, hypervisor, virtual machines, and things like that. Next one is TMP, just a temporary directory, ls space / TMP. Lots of temporary files are being created later. It recycles them. In other words, it removes unnecessary, the old temporary ones and so on, guys. Okay. Okay. Next, let's say, come back here. Okay. This time ls space / user, USR. Okay, notice Java. Games, some games are there as bin.
Java space again. Hello, Navin? Hello?
Okay. Looks like I'm having unusual power cuts today at my end, guys. Sorry about that. I don't know what's going on. Vinay, can you make me back the host, buddy?
Yes,
Vinay or
Navin.
Suresh? Yeah, thank you. Okay. Okay, great. Thank you. So now, just like I think we have looked at the etc bin and thing, these are specific to a user is what it is. We'll not go into each of these things, but these are the similar directories specific to a user programs and things like that. In some distributions and things like that, just do ls space / user. We have a local, yeah, space / user / local, local. This is another directory where more specific local related to the user are also shared. I haven't really touched them much. And then another set is ls space / opt / star / opt / that's enough. Anaconda 3. And what is Cloudera? Again, that is the big data distribution, Hadoop distribution is what we call. Anaconda is Python distribution, Mahout, part of the big data. MySQL is the different kinds of softwares again here under opt, and liblog, I think we briefly discussed, so we'll not go into them. Next one, it is etc opt. We looked at it. Then okay, that should be good enough. Let's see if there is something called ls space /opt/acme acme.
OPT slash.
Acme, ACME, E for elephant. AC for cat, M for mother, E for elephant. We don't, okay. I think we just need to, it's not one. Okay, how about ls space /o? Okay, let's try it. /opt/google, google space /opt slash just say yeah. No such. How about /opt/ under opt? We'll see what all are there. Enter. Only these things are there. Okay. So we don't have Chrome, we don't have other things, Firefox and things like that. Okay. So OPT, that's okay. Applications that are not part of the base US. Okay. User local. Okay. So the default shell. So what we are right now logged into is the default shell, is what it is, guys. You enter the username and the password. What did we do? We are using the web browser client here. We will also see how to connect to a Linux terminal, open a terminal and things like that using PuTTY and things like that in the coming up days. And let's see what else I have. Linux server root is powerful root 10. Okay, let me again share this one for a moment. Bring this up. Back to this one. I will share my screen again and I'll give you back the control window. Okay. So here is the shell. This is the shell that we are window. The default interface to the Linux. Most of the time in Linux, we will use a command line or this terminal, the terminal-like thing, what we call as a command line. It is a default one, a program that accepts your commands and executes those commands. In the cloud also, we can go ahead. We can create a connect to a free Ubuntu and things like that. That we'll do later. There we can also connect to a terminal. We can also perform some GUI-like operations, just like start and so on, like we do in Windows, is what it is. But the command line is most of the time the default. It is called as a command line interpreter, as simple as that. It's taking the Linux commands. Linux commands are nothing but the programs behind the scenes, guys, okay? So command line versus a GUI. The command line is more powerful. In the beginning, it might look a little odd, it might look a little strange why you have to type in and things like that. But once you get used to the Linux commands, guys, you'll feel the power. With just a few commands, you are controlling the devices like anything. You'll feel the power of it. You right away feel with GUI, you generally don't feel that power, has been my observation. And you'll find it more fun typing the commands rather than clicking and things like that also, guys, okay? So there will always be a command line. Server distributions do not include GUIs. So if we are using a Linux machine for a server, most of the time we're using terminals. Most of the time, everybody and anybody uses the command line interface only. They don't use the GUIs, guys. Okay. So desktop distributions. If you're using it as desktop, and you have users who are not much into technical, then for them you may want to provide the GUIs and the other things. This command line interface also is what it is. So here's Wikipedia. Okay, that's not. So here is the prompt. So if we go back, I think what we are looking at is we are probably looking at a dollar prompt. If you look at, oh, sorry, since you're seeing my screen, here's the dollar prompt. That is the command prompt. That is dollar. This is the user that I'm logged in. This is the IP address. Is what it is. Let me just come back here. Say IP config if config. I think IP config is the Windows command. If config will should give you the IP address somewhere over here. Where is it? Here we go. 10.1. So that is if config. And let's say if I just type in gmail.com. You're getting a ping. Ping means you're just sending a request and to that server and it's sending you back a response, means that is alive. Then do a control C. And let's say, what is your IP? Because we're on same machine. Are you also looking at 10.1.1.204, Vinay, on your machine? Big data user 1 at the rate IP 10.1.1.204. Should probably have the same thing.
Yes, Naveen. Yes, Naveen.
Yes, means we're all logged into the same machine. So into a single machine, multiple users can log in. Sometimes if you log in as root, let's say, let me see, I don't think we'll have root here, but let me give a try. Oops. Root, it's asking password. Let me try this. I don't think it'll give me the root access. Try one more time. What was that? Okay, well, let's not hack into that one. But when we log in as root, we'll later do it on another machine. Notice here it was initially JSON. That is generally whatever your username given to you is. Root is like a super user, as simple as that. I think it just shows a pawn as the prompt there. That is what is the prompt, guys. Root is all powerful. He's like the system administrator or the Windows administrator comparable to. Normal accounts can only do a subset of the things that the root can do. So an administrator can do everything. He can run all the programs. He can install, he can uninstall, he can modify. A normal user may not be able to do all the things most of the times, guys. Okay, many of the things that root does. So there it is. Root is the super user. Access is typically restricted to the administrators because we have multiple users. There will be one administrator. The Linux administrators generally take care of all these things, guys. Okay. Root access may be required to install, start, store, stop an application. Those are the guys who will set up different kinds of scripts and things like that, which programs need to be installed, which need to be run, which should not be run, what are the jobs, the different kinds of shell scripts which are scheduled to run at different kinds of time. Those are taken care of by the administrators generally. Day-to-day activities will be performed using a normal account. So application specific. For our business, we are building an application or we have certain requirements of getting some files, downloading them, updating them, making some modifications and things like that. Those are day-to-day activities. Those are the activities that we are generally involved in, guys. Again, there it is, the the next server, dollar. We can use the what is this on a percent or a greater than also. There are ways where we can say, hey, I want to use a custom one, but most of the time you'll see dollar is going to be a friend. That's what the default is, guys. Okay. Tilde is tilde JSON is nothing but home JSON. Tilde is like the home. So let's say if I come back here, now let's say cd slash, notice I'm in a slash directory. Now say cd tilde, notice now it puts me back. So tilde is like your home. So instead of JSON, we have big data user 1. And again, that is the another user, this is the root user, this is the FTP if at all. On these servers, probably FTP files are all not saved and things like that. But that is a little bit about tilde. Just to be aware of, guys, okay? Linux server multi-line prompts. Okay, so we're setting up multiple. For each line, we're setting up a prompt again. That is okay. Generally, we don't do that kind of things. The shell is the default interface. Most of the time we work with the shell. We use the terminal application to get into the CLI. So here we are using the terminal using the web browser. Instead of web browser, we can use a putty and it will open a command line interface, a pure command line interface. Whatever we do here in our browser, we'll be doing that one. Shell prompts can vary. Root is the super user is what it is, guys, okay? A few more basic commands, ls, cd, pwd, we've been already looking at. We'll look at a few more, cat, echo, man, exit, clear, and things like that, guys, okay? So back to, I'm going to stop the share here. Back to you, Vinay. Please share the screen.
Is it visible, Naveen?
Yeah, got it. So I think you have already done ls. Okay, just for the sake of discipline, repeat that. ls. That should give you a list of files. And okay, so these are the list of files. Then what we'll do, ls space -l. This is a long list of files, long listing format. Okay, now type in capital ls, ls in caps. Enter. Notice it doesn't execute it. In other words, it is case sensitive. Good. Next, type L is capital, S is small. Notice you'll get an error. Next, type reverse. L is small, capital S. Just for sake of academic discipline, we'll run a few commands. Okay. Notice it doesn't run. So it is short and sweet case sensitive, guys. Okay. And if you notice, there is something called in blue color, __ py cache. That looks like a cache directory. We don't have any directories for who's our guy, Vinay, big data user 16. So what we'll do, just say ls space __ and do a tab. Let's see if it allows us to go there. Enter. Let's see what are all the. There's only one, hello.cpython. Oh, it's a compiled Python file. Okay, Python compiler compiled it and put that there. But cd, okay. So now what you do is, let's say, we'll go in there and yeah, no, that's like a compiler file, right? Okay, say cd space, cd for change directory, __ and do a tab. Let's see if it allows us. Enter. pwd, then ls, make sure. Then ls -l. We'll give you a detailed list. Space -l. Hyphen, not underscore. Okay, so it is a file. And if you notice on the left-hand side, the very starting character is, we'll talk about that, but that is a hyphen. If it's a hyphen, then that's a file. If it's notice on the top for __ py cache, you see a D for directory. Then you have the read, write, execute permissions for users, groups, and others. We'll talk about it. Then the next one is user group. Then we have the bytes and things like that. 568 bytes, December 23rd, date and time. That is the name of the file. So not much here, but let's see what I was trying to communicate here. I think I'm looking at a sales report.txt. So, okay. Okay, so what we'll do for the sake of discipline, say cat space hello and do a tab. Tap it. Bunch of binary data. So what is cat? Cat is displaying whatever is in that file. It's a print big data user hello.pyr. So behind the scenes, what, if you recall a few days back, Vinay has run the program hello.py. We ran a script file, we ran a module file. So what's happening is when we run Python, what happens, guys? The code gets compiled into, the compiler is compiling it into Python bytecode. Then the virtual machine is compiling it from Python bytecode to machine understandable bytecode is what is happening. So during the compilation process, these .pyc files, we don't really work with them, but these files are getting generated. Namaste, Mera Bharat, Hamara Bharat. These are some of the things we have played around. So more precisely, cat is displaying whatever is in that file. And here it doesn't really make sense. Ideally, what we'll do cd, so just type in cd and go back. Then do cat space capital D demo and do a tab. Enter. So notice this is the file. This is our CSV file with the country name, the country code, birth rate, internet users, the income group, and things like that. It is displaying the complete file. Everybody with me so far, guys? Quick yes, please.
Sir, how to come out from this, sir?
From
CD?
which one?
It is
Not coming out from that.
From which
Same
one?
directory. CD underscore py catch.
It's not coming out. Just say CD. That's it. CD and enter.
Okay, okay. That's
It'll put you back to your home directory.
yes, sir. Okay.
Okay, got it. Huh? So just do pwd, Vinay. That's your present working directory. Okay. Then let's see what's the next one. Just type in echo space ECHO echo space Mera Bharat. Oh, you want break? Okay, one moment, guys. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, let's run this one. That's it. Okay. It'll take only one, I think, but let's run it. So there it is. Echo is like, you're asking it to echo what are you typing. So it's just saying Mera Bharat. But before we go for a break, just we'll try one last thing and we'll go, guys. Just type in echo space $path. It should be capital letters. Path and on. All the letters are capital and path. Echo space $caps $path. Slightly deep on here. Enter. Okay. So if you notice, Cloudera is the distribution. Spark is here. Local bin as bin. You also have big data user, G-data user. Okay. Hadoop, all those programs come under the Cloudera distribution. So this path is an environment variable. We'll be talking a little bit about it in a few minutes. $path is referred as the environment variable. Just like in Windows, we have path variable. Path variable is where when we run a program, what our operating system is doing is it is looking under these folders, different folders, and seeing when you type in ls, it goes and looks under /user/sbin and see if there is a program called ls.exe or something like that, ls.sh here. So there's actually a file called ls.sh. What is happening is the operating system is actually executing that one. So what do? We store all the program file paths into this particular environment variable. This is an environment variable where you're telling operating system when somebody gives a command, you try to look into these folders and see if you're able to find that program name. So it is searching. In this one is what it is. It's referred as an environment variable, guys. Okay. We'll talk more about it, but let's say, do everybody want to break? Sorry about that. Yes or no, guys?
Yes, yes.
Oh, okay. 3:30. Let's take a 10-minute break and regroup, guys. Thank you.
Vinay last. Okay, wait there.
Niharika?
Okay. I missed 2 commands. That's why I asked for history. Okay now. Thank you.
Okay, guys, I'm back. Are you back? Can you give me a quick yes? Vinay, are you back, buddy?
Yes, Naveen.
Great. Can you share your screen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so good. So keep checking your history and things like that. You typed in 114 commands so far. It's a good one, and these will become a good reference for you. You can just copy paste them um, into your text pad and things like that for your reference in the coming up days, guys. Okay. So I think echo develop path is where we were. Let's see what else I have next one. The next one is man manual help. So MAN man space ls.
Vinay, can you copy these comments and paste it in chat box?
Yeah, sure. From starting onwards.
Yeah, from back to front, back to start. 114 to 1. Can you?
Minutes.
VATC, sir.
Good idea. But, while Vinay is practicing also, you try to practice it, guys, because these are the commands which are
Yes, now we are doing it parallel.
very good.
Future use.
Yeah.
Naveen, once we logged out from this and we type history, we'll get this comments.
You should be actually, if they restart the machine, you will not get it, buddy. But here it looks like they did not restart the machine. That's why you're getting it and things like that. So it looks like you have good eyes, Vinay. You should not put the specs on. Your goggles are covering your nice eyes. And so if they restart the machine, you lose the history. As long as they don't restart the machine, you'll be getting these things. Huh?
I'm
But
unable to
still,
paste here. Naveen.
you're unable to paste it down. Okay.
Yes.
So in that case, what you can do is we can say, okay, what you do is delete that man ls.
Yeah, sure.
Remove the man ls. And just type in history space greater than, let's say, greater than space h1.txt. So all this will be redirected, and I'll explain about this command also. Just now say ls, just ls.
Yes.
Should see h1.txt is there. Just say cat h1.txt, cat space h1.txt. So all this command should be saved to this file. Now what we need to do is we need to bring this one from your Linux so we can FTP it. So
Now can I paste this?
No, just give a try. I still don't think we'll be able to do that, but let me also try something here.
It's getting up to 7. That's it.
One more.
I already tried to paste that, but it's only getting up to 7.
Yeah, give me one moment. Try something here. H1.txt. Set. Import string keyboard the save out. Set. We have paste here. So copy this one. Back to Zoom. Try this one. Paste it here. Sorry about that. I'm surprised they're not allowing us to copy paste this, but give me one. Somewhere I have my. So let's say this is such set FTP get right. Let me share my screen so that you have an idea. This might be useful for you. Let me share my screen here. Say share this one. So here is this file. I just saved it. Say I want to get from Linux to Windows file transfer. Putty is one. Putty share the files. Okay. Yeah. Putty and transfer. Okay. Transfer. What is that? There's a CP. Linux to Windows. It's okay. Let's click on this one. There's some commands, guys. That's what I'm looking. So rather than downloading Putty. So CP, the IP address here, and C drive users. Okay, that's what it is. CP
Sir,
user. Yeah.
it is in the Jupyter also, sir. There,
Oh, there you go. Nice one there. Huh? That's a shortcut. Okay, let's say, Vinay, share your screen, buddy. Stop mine.
Yes.
Good idea.
I had sent in WhatsApp group. I have pasted.
How is it? You already downloaded the file?
Got it, Navin.
Share it and show it, buddy. I mean, you don't need to show your WhatsApp, but show the text file in the Jupyter.
Yeah, I had sent these comments, all comments to the WhatsApp group. Hello, Navin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I have shared all these comments in WhatsApp group.
So yeah, that is up to now. We have bunch of servers still coming up. So a bunch of commands still to be done. So let's back here. Subscription detail. Let me go to Jupyter Hub. Just to make sure. Directory. So h1.txt. But if you click on h1.txt, you should be able to copy them, plug them into this one. Okay, let's try the next one. Everybody okay with that? Quick yes, please. Vinay, are you okay?
Yeah, yes, no.
The next one is man space ls. It's like a help, enter. Manual help. So now do a space. Just press space. Oh, it's coming out. Did you do? Okay, so then press enter. I think line by line. Then press enter. Okay, line by line. So it's giving the manual ls. So if you keep pressing enter, you should see F is for class 5 file type -G, but do not list owner. And if you keep entering until you see an L. Okay. These are all the different possible options which are there for ls. So use a long listing format. If you notice a small L -F, that's enough. So man is like a help or a manual. You're in right now in help mode here, like we've seen in Python. So just say Q, you'll be out of it. So any command, more Linux command specifically, type in Q, should be coming out of it. I think you can also do a page down and things like that. Q working, buddy?
Yes, Navin.
Did you do a Q? Q for quit. There you go. So that is man ls. Most of the Linux commands you should be able to help, a detailed help, a short help, a kind of description is what it is. Everybody okay with that? Quick yes, please. Okay. So the next one is environmental variable location. Typically username controls a command search path contains a list of directories. We've seen it, but okay. Let's type in which, WHSCH, press enter. Okay, so here, what we need to do is now type in which space cat. Enter. So user bin and cat. That is where when we enter cat, what is happening is the program, cat is a program which is located in the directory /user/bin/cat. Type in which space ls. So again, alias is ls. It's automatically colorizing it. Okay. So it's a bin. Under user, under bin, bin is where all the binaries or the executables are located. That's where the program is getting executed or triggered, guys. Okay. For the different kinds of commands, everything is like a program or a shell script behind the scenes is what it is. That is, so which is giving you the location. So say which space -- help. Or you can say man space which, since we have used man. Sure. So now if you say which shows the full path of the shell commands, which takes one or more arguments. For each of its arguments, you can spend your time at your convenience, at your leisure. You try to, or in other words, if you happen to come across something, command that you're not familiar, you can just use man and try to run this one. Press Q and quit. Next, type in man space Hadoop. HADOOP. I don't think you should find anything in man because it's a HADOOP. No manual entry because Hadoop is a it's not part of the Linux distribution or Linux operating system. It's a separate big data framework is what it is. We'll talk about it in the coming updates, guys. Okay. And let's see next one. So that is locating where your program is. Look at the directories in $path and okay, ls/bin. We have already looked at it. Now, okay. Now what we'll do, just for sake of discipline, ls space --help. Okay, if you scroll up a little bit, this is nothing but what man is displaying. Man is displaying in a help mode. This is just putting it on the emitting it like a cat. So next say cat space --help. Okay. And if you scroll up, it's nothing but description of the cat command. Scroll up, buddy. So you can take your time, read it at your leisure. Some basic commands or some of the commands which you may want to be just aware of. Just for sake of discipline, we'll also type which space --help.
ls command.
Which
space hyphen help. Repeat అనుకుంటా.
which space --help. Right? The next one is gzip space -h.
gzip.
Yeah. This is a Linux zip, the Linux version of a zip -h. Okay, that's fine too. So scroll up and see what is it saying, compress or uncompress. This is used for compressing the files. In other words, for zipping up the files, unzipping the files and things like that. We'll see later, more in detail. You can just also say gzip space -h. Type in gzip space -h. Okay, again, Similar kind of, so different options for compressing, decompressing. We'll try them one after one. I'm just giving you a help introduction here. Then let's say man space -k calendar.
Man space.
-k space calendar. CALENDR.
Display calendar.
Displays a calendar.
Is it cal? Let me see. CALENDR, right?
Can you check directly
Yeah.
with calendar?
No, just type in calendar, you'll display the calendar.
So should I type calendar directly?
What do you do? Just type in, yeah, just type in calendar.
Calendar. CAL.
Hello, Navid?
Calendar command or form. Just
Just
type in
type
CAL.
CL.
CAL.
Yeah. Okay.
Very
Ah,
good. I'll type in man -k CAL. -k. Not help.
Naveen, what actually meant -k is doing?
It's just giving him help only, buddy. Nothing much in a much more detail like that. If you again you do a man of man, do a man of man. If you want very specific information, man space man, or man -help.
did I execute this?
Yeah. If you run this CK, scroll up and find the option K. That's how you need to find out. Scroll up,
Okay.
look for option K. See that? Small k equivalent of propose, main modes of operation. Propose. Search for text in all pages. So it is searching. It's something like equivalent of propose. Don't remember what that k would be, but just it's from what I recall, it's just helping get the help and documentation as simple as that. Okay.
Yeah.
Today we will be having the assessment from 5 to 5:30, guys. So
Okay.
we'll be just stay tuned for that. Until then, we'll see what we can do. One more time, bring up your up arrow, man-k cal, using your up arrow. Let's just make this a small adjustment.
Scroll down, Vinay. Wait.
Keep this one. Keep this one. This. Okay, come back here. Let's go. Okay. Let's see where are we. What is this one, buddy? Man-k cal. Okay. postfix aliases, modular multiplication using reciprocal. I haven't looked at it, but let me take a quick look at this. Let me see if I can answer your question, man. Okay. Oops. Cal displays a calendar, and Cal options today, Cal displays a calendar. It's giving the calendar help here. With calendar, we have multiple options, is what it is saying. Just copied it from somewhere. Didn't mean to look deep into it, buddy. But see if you guys can find a little bit more information. Feel free to find it out and let me know. But let's proceed with some other stuff here. Back to okay. Then I think changing directories and things like that we've been already looking at. But what we'll do, back to Vinay, just type in PWD, verify in which directory you are. LS, looks like you have only one directory here. That's by cache. Okay, we don't have any directories here. And what we'll do, okay, so I want to do it in order, so let me not do that. Okay. Well, why don't you do this? Do a cd space /var/tmp /var/tmp.
Slash
TMP. PWD. Verify you're in the directory.
ls.
Okay. So now type in echo space in capitals $OLD. First dollar symbol.
Yes.
In caps old PWD. Enter. So it should give you home big data user 16. In other words, before we came to war TMP, we were in the directory home big data user 16. And so what is happening? Old as it is storing the previous directory in something in a variable called old PWD. Now again you do CD. So you're jumping back to home big data user 16. We verify PWD. Now use your up arrow and bring echo $old PWD. You were earlier. So before coming to this directory, you were in that directory. Are you catching it, buddy?
Yes, ma'am.
One more time, repeats CD. Go back to war TMP directory.
Navin, CD.
Go back to your /war/TMP space.
/./pmp. Hello, Navin.
Yeah.
/var/tmp.
Okay. The above one.
Yes, yes, yes. We are in TMP file.
Okay. So now just type in, verify the directory, PWD. You're also noticing that TMP there. Okay. So now just say, instead of CD, just say CD space hyphen. Okay, notice the tilde. Tilde means you're back in your home directory, PWD again.
Yes.
Cool. You're in tilde. So verify PWD again. Okay. So now ls-l. Everybody with me, guys? Quickest, please. Everybody doing okay? Everybody practicing there? So ls-l. See how to create directories and things like that. So if you notice, only a double underscore pi cache is in blue color. It's already colorized here. It's by default, the colors are getting displayed here, but we'll get into the details of that. And what we'll do now is say mkdir d1. Let's call it dir1 space dir1. Now ls-l. Okay, notice dir1 is in dark blue or the blue color. It's a directory. It's a directory we just created and there are no files there, guys. Okay. Next, say mkdir space. We'll create a child directory /dir2. dir1 /dir2. dir1 dir1. Are you listening, buddy? I'm saying dir1.
Yes, Naveen. Yeah, should dir1/dir2 or dir/dir1?
No, dir1 /dir2. Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Now ls-l. ls-l. Okay, so let's say, so right now, you won't see dir1, dir2, you have to say ls space dir1/. Okay, there's a dir2. In
Yes.
dir1, we create a dir2. Now what you do, mkdir space under dir1, okay, you type in mkdir space dir1/dir2/dir3/dir4. And you create that, you should get an error. Give me one moment. Okay, sorry about that. So what do you think is the problem, Vinay?
Yeah, actually, we didn't declare that directory 3 and 4.
Simple as that. So if the directory is there, then it is in a, so in other words, dir1, in our current directory, dir1 is a child, is like a child. We can create a child. You can create a grandchild if there is a child, but you cannot create a grandchild without a child. DR3 is like a great grandchild. Are you catching it, buddy?
Yes.
So because the great grandchild is not there, we are not able to create its child. So let's try creating DR3. Try creating DR3 in one shot. No,
Oh, we have to create in directory 2.
you have to give the complete path. Say DR1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
So now create DR4. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So now what you do, let's see. Say rmdir. Rmdir means remove directory.
Or M.
rmdir. Remove directory. Space. dir1. Okay, you should get an error. What do you think is the problem?
The directory is empty.
So now what you do, say rm space -rf. Oops, space -rf. Space. Oops. Oh, holy cow. Say ls. Should be, that's a powerful command, man. Just say ls.
Just a
Know
less.
that. Oh. Oops. Oh, that's a very powerful command. Okay, for a moment I thought maybe that would have. Okay, say rm-rf space dir1 space -rf space
Yeah.
dir1. Okay, now notice even though there is a DR2, DR3, DR4, if in other words, this is a recursive delete. One moment.
So we are removing directory 1.
Okay.
So directory 2 and
earlier,
directory 3, directory 4 also will be removed, right?
yeah, it's a recursive delete, a slightly powerful operation. If there are any files, grandchild, great grandchild, everything is getting deleted in one shot under the directory DR1. Catching it, guys?
Yes.
So if you just say rmdir, it is not deleting because it is not empty. It only deletes it if it is empty. Whereas if you say -rf, you are recursively you are forcing it. That is what is rf. There are lots of options like that. Catching it, Vinay?
Yes, sir.
Then let's say that is the story. So now just say lsdir1 and you should know ls minus hyphen l. And notice ls hyphen l, buddy. I'm sorry, ls dir1. No hyphen dir. Okay. So it says it cannot because we deleted it just now.
Yes, it has been removed.
So now let me say listing the files, long listing, let's say files. Let's see how much this is. Symbolic links, okay. Some symbolic links listing. Okay. Now we'll go into more details of ls. So let me bring up my stream for 1 minute. This up. Back here. Share my screen. So share. Okay, listing files. So What is long listing? ls-l is long listing. We can also see hidden files in directory. We haven't really seen them. We can list files by their type, sort them. We can handle the spaces and symbolic links. Okay, symbolic links I don't know, but here is what is happening. When we say ls-l, notice here, if it starts with a hyphen here, that means it's a file. A D will indicate it's a directory. If it's a L, it's a symbolic link. It's a link. It's like a virtual link, is a virtual folder or virtual file is what it means. That is symbolic link. Then you have read, write, execute, RWX. These are the permissions. Read, write, execute of the current user, the group, and the rest of the users is what it means. We'll discuss later. The next one, number of links. Right now it has only one link, which is itself. So you can create to the same file multiple links. Is what next owner name, Jason. He's the guy who created the group. Is nothing but a group of users who are logically related to use. Related is referred as a group. So in other words, imagine there's a sales department, there's a HR department, there's a marketing department. You want all the files of the sales to be accessible by sales only. So what do? The sales, so we create a group called sales, separate from marketing, so that the other people in HR are not looking into sales, the sales are not looking into HR and things like that. That's where the groups come into the picture. The next one is number of bytes. It is the size in bytes. Last modification time, this was when it was last modified on the data, that is a file name. Cool. So that is ls, listing all files. We can also look at the hidden files. They are all something which have a dot, we'll see them. Hidden files are not displayed by default. To show hidden files, we use a ls-a and command options and so on. So now share your screen, buddy. Okay, start with ls-a. ls-l, sorry. Okay, those are the long listing files. Next one is ls-a. And notice there are some files which are starting with dot bash rc and things like that. Do a cat on dot bash underscore history. Cat space dot bash underscore history. Okay. So the history file, these are all the Linux commands, some of the Linux commands which have been stored in your thing, in your history file is what it is. Some of them are Python commands. These are the things that you're typing. How about, let's say, cat dot bash underscore profile, another file which generally you work with when you're working with installing the applications and things like that. So notice there is path equals to $path, $home, and local home bin. That is nothing but these are the environment variables. This is like a shell script. So ideally, when we're installing other applications, Hadoop, big data, or other things, we generally try to add their path here, or add the folder where they are installed here, so that the Linux operating system, the Linux kernel, will look here and try to execute those programs. That's a slightly deep one. That's cat.bash profile. Next next again, ls-a. Repeat that. So A for all the, including the dot files are all the hidden files. We don't see them by default, okay? Next one is cat, the dot bash rc. Bash profile, bash rc are generally the same.
Bash
Notice
profile.
now, bash rc.
RC.
Aren't you looking at the below bash underscore profile? There is a bash rc.
I didn't get you, Naveen.
Bash profile కింద ఉంది కదా, bash rc అని పైన
అండర్స్కోర్ అవసరం లేదు, వినయ్ అండర్స్కోర్ తీసేయి.
Okay, okay.
take out the underscore rc. cat space dot dash rc. Oops, dash rc is one.
Space, Vinay. Remove that space also.
Oh, complete internet.
Okay, so again, it looks similar to the bash profile. These are generally your default profiles is what they call when you log in and things like that. But that's a brief thing. Next, if you notice cache, config, notice other blue color dot things. What are these things? These are the hidden folders used by Jupyter, Python notebooks, and things like that. For the sake of discipline, let's say cat space dot python underscore history.
Naveen?
Yeah.
I'm getting some error, like
What does it say?
system and private service why it seems.
What did you do?
Exactly, I don't know, but I'm while executing this, like it is coming.
Will you be able to share your screen?
Yeah, now
What's your name, buddy?
my name is Subbu Naveen.
Oh, okay. So is here. Let me make you the co-host.
Should I stop my screen?
Yeah, you stop, buddy. Let's see if you can. Your picture looks too good, man. Vinay, you're like a hero in that picture.
Can I share my screen, Naveen?
Again,
Yeah, share it. With the suit on, holy cow. You're coming into software engineering, you should be going into movies, shouldn't you, Vinay?
Are you able to see on my screen?
Yes, yes, good.
It is coming.
Let's MKDIR you did, then ls-a. You're in the temp folder, buddy. If you look on the dollar left-hand side, you're in the temp. So in the temp directory, there are much lesser hidden files and things like that is what is going on. So what you do, you just type in CD.
CD space.
Enter. Notice on the dollar left-hand side, you will see a tilde. Tilde means you're in the home directory. So do a pwd. Enter. So now you're in Big Data User 14. Now you say ls-a space -a. And
Yeah.
notice you'll see bash rc and everything. Okay.
Yeah, okay, Naveen, thank you.
Wait. Do you have Python history file here? .python. You have been executing matplotlib. Good one. Hello, py is there. Where is your .python history? You didn't run anything. I see. That's because when I ran some of them,
Yeah.
we were seeing Python history. But you continue. Let's continue with this one. Let's see if there are any interesting files here. Got Vim info. I already tried Vim. Slowly coming there, but okay. Let me see what is my next command. ls-l, buddy.
Naveen?
ls-l, long listing. And now ls-l -a. L space. No, space. Put a space after. Enter. So this will also give you the hidden files long listing of the details. Notice .bash history when it was modified, when it is created, and other things. Are you catching it, Subbu?
Yeah, Naveen.
Good. And then you have commands.py. Good. Looks like you're practicing pandas, data frames, functions. Okay. If you're practicing, that is good, buddy. That's all we want. Okay. So that is, else you can also type in the reverse, -a, -l. It'll give you the same thing. You can also type in ls space -la. Space -la. Okay, the same thing. Catching it, Subbu?
Yeah, okay, Naveen.
Okay, rest of you, are you catching it, guys? Quick yes, please. Okay. And let's see what else we have. Directory link and executable. Okay. Let's type an F. Let's see. Link is a point. Use the link. Long directory name. So let's say, I don't know if this is there, but let's try this. Just type in ls space hyphen f.
This is hyphen.
F. Capital F.
Capital F. Okay.
Same thing. Okay. Then what we'll do is next one. Have you already created DR1? You haven't created a
Yeah, Naveen.
create DR. Let's say touch space subu dot txt. Give me one moment. See what happens. One moment.
Getting a text file.
Okay, sorry about that, guys. So let's see what did you do. Touch subu.txt. Remove the comma. Txt. Enter. So ls hyphen l. So now if you notice subu.txt, what it has done is it has created a file, but notice the size of the file is 0. Are you observing the subu?
Yes, Naveen. Here.
So that is just creating an empty file, as simple as that, buddy. So there is nothing in that file. Now, what were we doing earlier? We were doing ls-f. Okay, give me one. What did I have in mind? Let me come back here. Read me. Okay. CD. This one. Symbolic links. Okay. So what we'll do? Just type in ls-lf hyphen l capital F, LF one word, small l capital F. enter. The same thing, and let's see back to Subbu is 0. Okay. Then we are executing the file. Okay. I think I'm just trying to. Current is actually current at that. Okay. The link file is what I'm trying to explain here. Simple only, guys, but I keep. Sure, how to create a link file, maybe not really. Okay, let's try another one. Type in ls-l one more time. No, you already have it. Okay, enter, enter. Now notice we just created a subu.txt and it is somewhere in the middle. Now what you do, type in ls-lr. LR. And where is Subu? You see Subu is somewhere again, so it came slightly below, but it is doing something. Can any one of you take a guess what it is doing, guys?
Reverse
Reverse of?
to this file, this folder, I think.
Reverse of the names.
Yeah.
If you say LR, then now do ls-ltr. Space. Now tell me what it is doing.
Subbu came last, Naveen.
Why?
We gave an LTR.
So what do you think? In what way is it sorting now?
Based on time.
Good. So notice December 27th is below. On top of his 23rd or 24, 23, 22, they're going in that order. So if you come from top to bottom, it is in ascending order of the date and time. Catching it, buddy?
Yeah.
Create another. Just say touch subu2.txt again. Okay. Now again ls-ltr. Now notice Subu2 is below because you created that later on the same day, but at a later time we created that one. That's why it's coming the latest. So most of the time we'll be using ls-ltr. It's something to be kept in mind. Now just type in ls-lat. -lat. One moment, please. Okay. Now tell me, buddy, what do you think it is doing?
Depending upon now, we can. December 27th came first and remaining last.
Good. This is descending order.
Yeah.
Catching it, buddy. Type in ls-latr. And it is also showing, notice A means all the files, all means hidden files are also there. .-string, things like that. So now all the hidden files are there and they're in the reverse order. Most of the time, this is what we use, LTR or LATR. LATR, we don't use it. LTR is most generally what I use. Just keep that in mind. Catching it, buddy.
Okay.
Next, let's say we've already done this one. Okay. Okay. See where we are. So still have a few minutes here. Type in tree.
Naveen?
Tree, T-R-E-E. Tree is not found. Oh, okay. It's not here. Okay. Interesting. All right. That's okay. Next one is, let's say, type in ls space hyphen color, COLOR. Okay, so COLOR, not LOUR. I think it is LS hyphen double hyphen, right? So double hyphen color. It's already colored. By default, it doesn't color it, but here they put this. If you notice, the pink and the blue colors are coming up because the coloring is when we call LS, it is they're configured in such a way where they're internally calling it hyphen hyphen color. So if it is not colored, then we can use this font, and it will bring up everything in a colored order. Okay. Now what we'll do, say touch space Mera space Bharat dot txt. Mera space Bharat dot txt. Okay. ls hyphen ltr. This Mera is a separate file. Bharat.txt came in separate, right? Now, what you do, bring up your up arrow. Using your up arrow, bring up the same command, which is touch Mera Bharat.txt, and put Mera Bharat.txt in quotes, in single quotes. Wrap it around the whole thing as one file. No, Mera Bharat.txt completely in a single.
Okay, Naveen.
Yeah. Repeat LSLTR. Okay, now notice Mera Bharat txt is there, but it is something which has a space inside it. Okay, so now what we'll do, we've done ls. Okay, now try to say ls hyphen l Mera space Bharat.txt. Mera space Bharat.txt. Enter. So what you do is first rm Bharat.txt, rm Mera, rm space Bharat.txt space Mera. Let's remove these two. Space Mera. Only Mera. Enter. Verify they both are removed. You should do ls-ltr. That will be a much more quicker thing. So we have Mera space Bharat, but okay. Now what was I saying? Now ls-l space Mera space Bharat.txt. Mera space Bharat. You can do a tab, it will automatically populate it. Enter. Okay. So in other words, if there is a space in your file name, it will not catch it. What should you do? Say ls or the same thing, put Mera Bharat, the entire thing in single quotes. Put the file name in single quotes.
I want to remove L. Naveen, ls space hyphen L is there. No, I want to remove it or.
No, keep it. Yeah.
Okay.
Enter it. It will give us a long listing. So there it is. It is able to find the space. So in other words, generally when you're naming the file names, a small thing to be kept in mind is don't use space. Use either a hyphen or an underscore. Is something to be kept in mind. If you have any file name with a space, use a single quote or a double quote if you're listing it. Catching it, buddy?
Yeah.
Okay, symbolic permissions and things like that. So share my screen for a moment. Back to my screen, sharing the screen. Say yes, share it. Okay. When we do ls-l guys, notice again, if the first one starts with a hyphen, it's a regular file. D, if the first letter starts with a D, it's a directory. If it starts with an L, it's a symbolic link. Symbolic link means the actual directory, the actual file might be in one folder dir1, but we can make it look like it is appearing in a D2, D3 in a different directory also. That is called a symbolic link. So the name will be appearing in other directories, but it's actually located in a different directory. Its address is different, is what it is, but it'll look like as if it is there in a directory. Guys, that is symbolic link. We'll see that. The next three, read, write, execute, that is the order, that is what it is. Read, write, execute. These are the permissions. You can only read it, you can write it. Write means modify a file. Execute means we should be able to execute a file. Give me one moment here. Sorry about that, guys. Sorry about that, guys. So read, write, and execute. Execute, we generally execute the shell scripts and things like that. Then what do we have? Permission, read, write, execute, to be read, to be modified. And if you're a file, what you can do, if you're a directory, allows file names. We can give these permissions at a file level or a directory level is what that means. And again, we have a U for user, G for group, O for others, and A for all. These are some shortcuts and things like that. And let's see, groups. What are groups? Every user is in at least one group. Users can belong to many groups. So there might be one person, he might be in sales group, also marketing, also maybe a HR group. Groups are used to organize users. So all the sales members are generally put into a sales team. They're logically related to each other. They like to have the common files accessible to each other. But somebody in HR may not necessarily have access to the sales files and vice versa. So the groups command displays the users groups. You can also use ID. And let's see what else we have. Okay, so let's play around a little bit with groups here. Going to back to, let's say, back to Subbu. Share your screen, buddy.
Naveen, are you able to see you?
Yeah, I got it. So let's say we'll try this one. Type in groups. I don't think you would have any groups here. Let's see. You have Hadoop and Nuvi Pro. Oh, big data user 14. You're yourself one group. Hadoop is one group. Nuvi Pro. Nuvi Pro. Okay. Say ID hyphen GN space hyphen capital GN. See what that does.
Both are in capital, I mean.
N is small. Okay, same thing. And let's say, okay, type in groups space admin user. Groups space admin user. You shouldn't get anything, you should get an error. You don't have something called admin user. Enter. There you go. No such use, as simple as that. So this is groups, and let's say we are looking at LS sales data. Okay. We may need to create a sales data file here. So let me see if I can share that with you. So I need this one. So sales topic. Okay, just say we have just created Mera Bharat, right? ls hyphen l Mera Bharat. We need to. Okay, how about create another file without a space, Mera Bharat.txt. Just say touch Mera Bharat as one word, not as two words. .txt. Okay, so now if you notice, by default, it is giving you read and write on the left-hand side, RW. So for the user, the first RW hyphen is for the user, the second RW hyphen is for the groups, and the third one is R hyphen hyphen is for rest of the groups and users, or the rest of the groups, or all of them. Others is what generally it is read as. Now what we'll do, we'll say chmod space G minus W. Mera Bharat.txt space Mera Bharat.txt. So this is going to remove. You can do a tab, it will populate it. Enter. No such file. Mera Bharat. Wrong spelling. Just type in Mera B and do a tab.
Sorry, Navin, can you repeat it?
Mera Bharat, you typed the spelling wrong.
Mera bar. Okay, sorry.
You can just use up arrow and the film will come. Tab it, just do a tab. It will populate it. Run it, ls-l. Now, if you notice,
It is the ECT.
there you go. So, G minus W for the G, we have removed for the group minus W, right? I think, why don't you do, bring up the up arrow, do a U minus W instead of G minus W. Change that to U minus W. G for group, U for group already doesn't have that. I think maybe I should have done a G plus W. Now ls hyphen Mera Bharat.txt will just sure. Just the file name so that we don't have to look at multiple. Now notice on the left hand side, it is R hyphen hyphen. Earlier it was RW for the user. If you look at the previous Mera Bharat, it was RW hyphen. So U minus W means for that user, minus W means minus right means remove right permission. Catching it, Subbu?
Yeah, Naveen.
Yeah. How about others, guys? Are you catching it? Just a little bit of Linux terms or commands we need to be slightly familiar. These are generally done by the guys who are an admin and things like that. But at one time, if you are familiar, that will be helpful for you guys. Okay. Now, what you do instead of a U minus W, bring that up and say U plus W. First, type in ls-l merabharat.txt
ls hyphen
space merabharat.txt, so that we are only looking at that file. Tab it. Txt.
not coming.
Tab it. So when the file names are long, you don't have to keep typing them for a long time. Now bring up your up arrow. Instead of U minus W, do U plus W. Yeah, U plus W. Remove the minus and put the plus. Okay, enter. So CH mode means change mode. That's changing the permission is what it is. Now ls merabharat.txt. Yeah, so that it's short and sweet. Enter. Now notice the W is added there. Earlier the W was not there. So we have given the right permission. Now U plus X, do a U plus X instead of U plus W. Now execute is added. Next, what you do, even though we don't execute, ideally, there should be a shell file or something like that to be able to execute, but here we're just giving. Next, you do a G plus W. G plus W. Enter, and then list it. Almost at 5. So notice now, are you understanding, Subbu? We are getting the group.
Yes, Naveen.
The second RW hyphen is the group. Okay, as simple as that. So, okay, so save the history file. Just say history space greater than and say h2.txt space h2.txt. That's okay. It's a redirect operator. We'll look at that also. .txt. So ls, you should say h2.txt. LTR, good. Let's say 3388. Okay, do a cat of h2.txt. Okay, these are all the commands we've been typing. You can save this file in your group or something with your friends so that they have a list of all these commands. Catching it, buddy?
Okay.
And save this file for yourself also. Let's see. Okay, I'll remove the co-host for Lavanya. Co-host for Suresh. So who's the co-host? Remove it. And Suresh also. Co-host. Co-host. Lakshmi, are you there by any chance?
Yes, I'm here. Sai.
Great, great. So you want to?
As we are going to start this test in some minutes, I'm here. Yeah.
Okay.
What is the pattern of test?
Most of them are multiple choice questions, but
Okay, no.
I think you guys have something like a metal or something like that. Probably that's where it will be given. While you guys are on to this one, let me come back here.
Hello, good evening, everyone. This is Savitri here.
Good evening, Sadri.
Good evening, Savitri.
Hey, hi.
Good evening, Gayatri.
Hi, good evening, everyone. So, Mr. Naveen, can we ask the associates to start at the training, the assessment?
Yeah, you can go ahead, Savitri.
So guys, it will be good, if you can take a minute or 2 minutes time, set up your background, put up a virtual background and come online. And I hope you all have received a mail, the assessment link on your email IDs, take your email IDs. Yeah, everyone, anyone who has not received.
Received, Savitri.
Yeah, so you can go and do that because you have time till 5:15 to enter into the test. And we would appreciate if you guys can come on video also.
Savitri, we should write while having Zoom meeting.
Yeah, you can do that.
And or else we can open any another tab. We should take the test.
No, I mean, once you start the test, you will not be allowed to move away from that tab. But I believe if you keep your video open, we should be able to, do it parallelly. I don't think so.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, any problem over there? If you have any problems, with your this thing, any network issues or all, you can let us know. Otherwise, I would expect everyone to be on camera.
Are they going to be on camera on the Zoom, Savitri?
Yeah, I think we can do it that way.
Oh.
I mean,
It's
I'm
up to you.
not for
It's just
you,
curious.
not for you, Mr. Naveen. It's only for
Oh,
the
okay.
associates.
Okay.
Lakshmi, the link that I shared with you, if you could forward it to Mr. Naveen, he can have a look whether everything is put up appropriately over there on the tool, just for his checking. Are all of you able to open the link? Guys, I'm awaiting confirmation from your side.
We are checking compatibility, system compatibility.
Okay. Anyone who has difficulty opening the link? Thank you, Niharika, for coming on video. Anybody who has any difficulty coming, starting the link, please let me know. You will not be allowed to, move away from the tab. Maybe once or after you do it 2 times, the test will automatically close. That's the security feature which is there and imbibed in this test. So do not, change the tabs.
Savitri, while entering the location and the mobile number, it's not entering what we are typing. It's just showing by default as Pune and the mobile number 12345.
That's
We
okay.
take-
You can leave
okay,
about.
okay.
You can leave
Okay,
the
okay.
phone number and all that.
Okay,
part.
okay.
Amulya, you have not received any mail from my side?
Savitri.
Okay, 1 second. Let me check. On cameras, please, all of you.
Savitri, what is the user ID? We have to give LAN ID, right?
Yeah, your TechM LAN IDs and all you can give.
Thank you.
Only 3 of you? Amulya, can you ping me your email ID, please? Amulya, please check your mail if you have received. Everyone on mute, please. Pratyusha, Suresh, Sham, Subbu, Sindhu, Navi, Suresh, Ganesh, all of you. Any problem in turning on the camera, people? Suresh, Sindhu, yeah, thanks. Suresh, Ganesh, Chandrala, Pratyusha and Subbu.
Savitri mail ID means TechM's or personal mail ID.
TechM.
Thank you.
I would request all of you to please give it with utmost sincerity and not try to find answers by any other means. It's not to judge, your performance at this point of a time, but just to know for yourself to know where you stand so that you can focus on your, weak areas, if I can say.
Savitri, what should we create? Location.
User ID will be your TechM email IDs. Location, do not worry about location. You can put up anything.
Okay.
Ma'am, location and not entering, ma'am.
That's okay. You can leave out the location then. Whatever is mandatory, your name or email ID, just enter that and move ahead, please.
User ID means or mail ID, ma'am?
Yeah.
User ID or mail ID.
Yes, your mail ID, your TechM email IDs.
Savitri, it's not taking contact number.
That's okay, leave it out. Whatever it is there, you can by default, you can put that and leave. That's not important.
Savitri, it's telling that contact number is mandatory.
So just choose that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever is given.
That's it.
Yeah, do that, guys. Don't waste time filling in these details. I'm repeating, it's only your location and phone number, whatever default is given there, just choose that and move ahead and start the assessment, because to enter into the assessment, I kept the time till 5:15. Ganesh Paripalli, do you have any challenges? Ganesh Chandrala, Tanuja. Tanuja,
Yes, ma'am.
why are you not on video, dear? Harsha, Shahbaz, Charan.
Hi, Savitri. I didn't get mail.
Who has not got?
Amulya.
You haven't got it till now, Amulya?
No.
Your TechM email ID, did you check that?
Yeah, I have checked.
Okay, I'm not sure what the problem is. Can you ping me your email ID once again, please?
Yeah, sure. Actually, I don't have access to labs also. I'm already in project.
Okay. So that's the reason on the first go you were not there. Guys who all are not still on video, I would request please come on video.
Hi, Savitri. Jyotsna here.
Yeah, Jyotsna.
I also didn't receive the mail.
Okay.
We are in project and we don't have access for the labs also.
No worries then, do not worry. If, I will share this link. If not now, you can take it sometime later also. Don't worry about it.
Okay, Savitri. Thank you.
Ravi, Pratyusha, Harsha, Vishweshwari, and Ravi. Waiting to see your faces, guys.
Hello,
Shabazz.
ma'am. I on my video, ma'am.
Who?
Harsha.
Okay. No, I was, it's for Praharsha, not Harsha, Praharsha.
Hello,
Shabazz.
Savitri.
Yes.
I got it. Your exceeding limit is exceeding, and the test closed itself.
So you could not enter it before 5:15?
I entered it, but you are calling me for video, so I just came out of the window, so it closed it, and it is I can't open it again.
Yeah,
Okay, so
Savitri, same problem. You
So
told
once
that Praharsha, but I mean that Harsha.
Okay, so that was the 1 second. Huh?
Hello. Hello, Savitri. Hello, Savitri.
Maybe she just stepped out. You may want to call her.
Guys, give me a second, please. I'm just trying to resolve that issue for the people for whom it expired. Give me a minute or two. Yeah.
Savitri, this is Naveen. Savitri, are you there?
Naveen.
Hey, who's it?
Yeah, I got a dialog box like internet connection issue, attempt 1, attempt 2, attempt 3.
Oh, okay. I guess we need to wait till Savitri comes back,
But
dear.
my internet was good. Okay.
Understand. Well, let's give it a minute for Savitri to get back here. Who's it? Is it Stravia or who's it? Who's speaking? Vishweshwari. Okay.
Vishweshwari.
Okay, dear. Let's just wait for Savitri.
Hi Naveen, this is Revati.
Okay.
Hey, yeah, tell me, Revati.
Same issue I am facing. The test is automatically closed.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I was on a call just to rectify this issue. Just, yeah, let me know what all issues are you facing.
Hey, Savitri.
Yeah, Naveen.
Hey, I need to get on to a call right at
Yeah,
5:30.
sure. You can log off, Naveen. Thank you for being here. Yes, guys, let me know what all issues are you facing.
Savitri, my test is automatically closed.
Who is it? I'm sorry, I didn't get your name.
Revati Savitri.
Revati, okay. What was the message that you got it? Revati, what was the message? Any error message that popped up before it got closed for you? Revati, you there? Okay. Any other person facing any challenges?
Yes, Savitri, one pop-up got, but it's closed directly.
Okay. Was there any network issue at your end, Revati?
No, Savitri, my network connection is good.
Okay. So I'm just jotting down your name. Don't worry about it. That's okay. Revati, this is the first time that we are doing it. So I expect that there will be some challenges. So need not worry. I will enable it for you again for those who are facing this challenge. Okay. Anyone else?
Okay, Savitri.
Savitri should be also
even
one by one, please. I will not be able to know who's talking if you all start off suddenly.
Savitri, I was talking
Yeah,
about
Savitri, I am Vishweshwari.
Vishweshwari, go ahead.
Yeah, I got a pop-up like internet connection issue and some attempts are going on.
Okay, okay. So are you not able to restart it again? With the link that I gave you, are you able to start it again?
I think I have only one attempt again because
Okay.
to keep the message on Zoom, I completed
Okay.
one attempt.
So it's for Vishweshwari that you're facing this issue, yeah? Tanuja, who's there with you, dear?
Yes.
Even if you get 20 on 20 or whatever is the score in this test, with whatever means you're using, it doesn't make any sense, guys. It's just, first test with us to know where you are and how these things are going forward. So don't try anything else. Even if you're not able to score well, that's okay. But don't try any other means, please. Anyone else apart from Revati, Vishweshwari?
Savitri, Harsha.
Yeah, Savitri, for me too. Rahul.
Savitri.
Harsha, yeah, but yeah, that same issue, like, you changed your tab and that's where it got disconnected. For Praharsha also the same thing, right?
No, it's for me, Savitri, Pratyusha.
Same problem, Savitri.
For me too, Savitri.
Rahul also?
Yes, Savitri.
Okay, Rahul, Pratyusha, Harsha. Okay, for Harsha, three of you this problem.
Yeah, Savitri.
Okay, no worries, guys. Don't worry. Just give it a moment. Let other people finish it. I will, do it for you. Don't worry. Guys, others, I mean, please do not frequently go away from your cams or anything.
Savitri,
yeah.
It has some network issue. I'm connected with hotspot. Actually, power will be lost.
Okay. Ganesh,
Zoom also.
Ganesh Paripalli, is it?
Yes. It will be showing like tile exceeds.
Are you able to continue with the test, Ganesh?
Maybe for just 1 minute, Savitri. I will check with my connection because I will connect it with my fiber
Okay,
net.
you turn off your video, Ganesh, if it is causing any challenge.
Is there any problem with Savitri?
No, if you are facing bandwidth challenges, Ganesh, you can turn off your video if that helps you. And if for Sunny,
test will be closed, Savitri.
Okay, fine. Whatever. Just continue with the test, Ganesh. It's okay. Leave it as it is.
I will rejoin with the test.
No, don't do that. If you're you can see can you see your assessment?
No, it will be closed.
Oh, it got closed for you, Ganesh?
It will be warned like that you left away from the window. That warning.
How many times you did that? How many times you did that, Ganesh?
One time it will, 2 times, because one time will be my mobile hotspot will be lost.
Okay.
Actually, I will connect with my hotspot Wi-Fi.
Okay.
Power loss and another time power will become.
Okay, so it has you have lost the test now.
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, Savitri.
Huh?
This is Subbu. My test, due to some internet issue, the test was lost.
Okay, you lost. The attempt. Because okay.
Yeah, in the middle only the test is.
Because of power connection, also it will be closing like and warning like that.
Yeah.
From the window.
Also got 2 warnings, Savitri.
Yeah, that is the feature over there that will not allow you to move away.
Not
so
moving. Yeah.
If because of the internet connectivity issues, if you got logged out or kicked out of the assessment, just try logging in again with the
Okay.
link that I gave you.
Okay.
Okay.
Check
But if
once.
it is because you changed the tab and then you got kicked out, then it may not allow you. You can try although, but because of some internet connectivity, Ganesh, you please keep yourself on mute. Subbu, are you able to start it now?
Savitri. Now
Yes,
it is.
sir.
Yeah. Now it is resuming due to some.
Okay.
issue.
Okay.
It will continue means I will write a Savitri.
Okay.
So if it's showing like candidate is already completed.
For who?
My Sai Ganesh Parepal.
Okay, you have completed is what it is showing for you?
Yes, miss. Yeah. Due to the candidate test is already completed, like this will be displaying.
Okay. So you're not able to log in again, okay?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Ganesh, I will, for others that I will enable, just let these people finish the test and then I will work because while it is going on, I cannot make changes to the test.
Okay, Savitri.
Okay, so you and other people who have faced this issue will have to wait.
Okay, Savitri.
Savitri, I'm Revati. Same thing I got, Savitri. Your test is completed like that.
Yeah, because it was like moving away from the tab. That's where it has completely cut you off from this thing. So you will have to wait till the others finish it.
Okay, Savitri.
Yeah. No WhatsApping with each other, please. If you're on that.
Savitri, I'm finished the test. Can I leave?
Yeah, Ganesh, you can do that. Sure. You can
Oh,
leave.
okay, sir.
Guys, can you please adjust your camera so that, I want to see a little bit more of things around you rather than just your face.
Savitri, I done with my test.
Okay, Niharika, if you wish to leave, you can do that.
Yeah, thank you.
Priyusha and Tanuja, can you adjust your screens, please? I'm not asking you to move away from your tab, but adjust your screens. Priyusha, you too. Those who are done with the test, you can please leave if you want to.
Hi Savitri, I completed my test. Can I leave?
Yeah, Rahul, you can leave. Tanuja, what are you referring to?
Ma'am?
Yeah, what are you referring to?
No, ma'am. I'm writing code, ma'am.
Code, where are you writing it, dear?
In that question, ma'am.
Okay. There are only 2 questions which are short answer based questions. You don't need much time to do that.
Ma'am, I finished my exam. Can I close the video?
Close the video and you can log off also.
Okay, ma'am.
How much time remaining for people who are still giving?
Savitri, I have completed the test and I'm
Okay.
logging off.
Yeah, sure.
Savitri, I have completed my test. Can I log off?
Yeah, sure, please.
Thank you, Savitri.
Savitri, I'm completed my test. Can I go?
Yeah, please. As in when you finish, you please log off. No worries.
Okay,
You
thank
need
you.
not ask. You can just log off if you are done with the test.
Okay, but I completed. I did not fill some of the.
What have you not filled, Lokesh?
When I'm giving details, I did not fill location and
That's
phone number.
okay. That's okay. That is not a problem. You could finish it, submit it successfully, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's okay then. Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
I have completed test 2.
Okay,
Can I
sure.
log on?
Yeah, sure.
Done, Savitri.
Yeah, okay.
I have completed my test, ma'am.
Yeah, okay, dear. Fine.
Completed, sir. I'm loading.
Okay. Till now, only 6 of you who have faced the issue in completing, I believe. Or 8 of you.
Yes, Savitri.
It's Revati, Vishweshwari, Harsha, Pratyusha, Rahul, and Ganesh.
Yes, Savitri.
And Amulya and
Yes,
Jyoti did not receive the link itself, right?
Yes, Savitri.
Ma'am, done, ma'am. Thank
Yeah,
you.
sure. Please leave. Yeah.
Thank you.
Amulya, what's
Let me-
your? Yeah, please, you can leave. It's AK, okay, and for Jyoti it is JY, right? Your email ID.
Yes, Savitri.
Okay.
Yes, Savitri.
Yeah, it is AK 760885. I'll have to add them to you guys to the list.
Okay.
Savitri, I finished the test. Can I leave the meeting?
Yeah, please.
Savitri, I finished my test, Savitri.
Okay.
Hi, Savitri. My test is completed.
Yeah. Please. You can log off.
Okay.
How much time remaining for people? Shehbaz, Navya, Rahul, Sham. Sham, you are done, right? Sham, you have finished it.
Yes, Savitri.
Yeah, you can log off.
Okay, sir.
Rahul, for you it is pending, right?
Yes, Savitri. Exam has been closed for me.
Got it. So now I'm just waiting for who?
Finished, Savitri.
Yeah, Shehbaz. Yeah, you can log off Shehbaz. So it's only Navya. Only Navya has to finish. Then we can schedule it for you guys. And who is with SM 76571? Can you just unmute and let me know what's your name? 761571. Navya is also gone, right? Yeah, so only you guys are there. So give me 5 minutes, guys. Just let me try rescheduling it now. Okay. Guys, I'm doing it one by one. I just sent it to Vishweshwari. Can you check, Vishweshwari, if you got any mail?
Yeah, 1 minute.
Yeah.
No, Savitra, I didn't get any mail from you.
Okay.
Hello, Savitri.
Harsha, it just went to her. Yeah, Suresh.
Yeah, this is Suresh. So I also didn't get a mail from you.
Okay. So it was you, Suresh, that I was just. What is your email ID, Suresh?
SM00.
Okay, that was you. When I was, talking, your name aloud, I was
Yes,
saying, but
yes.
you did not respond. So.
Because my mic problem, so I disconnected and again joined.
Okay. So Harsha, did you get any mail from me? HLS karke, not from my ID. It will be like HLS 80 or something.
No, Savitri.
Nothing, huh? Okay.
Savitri, I shared my mail ID. Can you check that?
1 minute, guys. Yeah. One minute, huh? I'm just redoing it. What I'm going to do is, guys, let me just give me some time. I will schedule it for 6:30. Okay. So let's catch up at 6:30. Okay.
Okay, Savitri.
Okay, Savitri.
Yeah,
Okay,
I will.
Savitri.
Yes,
As
okay.
soon as you get your this thing from me, I will schedule it the moment I'm able to do it, and I will keep it open for another half an hour for you to log in. So the moment you get in, this thing links, just come on, just start. Okay, come on to whatever this link only. Or if this will be closed, fine. Just wait for an email from my side. You will get it from HLS 80 with the test link. Okay.
Okay, Savitri.
Yeah, and with that, I will share another Teams link also for all of you to come together. Suresh, yours is SM0076.
Yes, ma'am.
76. After that.
761571.
761571. Okay, give me 10 minutes, guys. Okay.
Yes, okay.
Yeah. Just be there. You can log off if you want from here, and we will connect on Teams only. Okay. I'll confirm.
Okay, Savitri.
Yes, Savitri.
Yes, okay.